I ain't feeling your side.
I want to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? KCE, King Chaka.
King Chaka ENT. Y'all can check out the music on Spotify, Apple, and other services. Hey, how y'all doing out there? How y'all feel? ¿Cómo estás? ¿Podemos ayudarnos más? Sí se puede. Remember, an educated and united public cannot be controlled. Get organized. I ain't gonna lie, I'm feeling some kind of way today. We're gonna work our way through it. So, the name of the show today is A Story About a Cat. A story about a cat. Let's go ahead and get into it. There was a cat. My daughter really wanted a cat, and I didn't want to spend much money on it. You go to the SPCA and go get a cat and go through that. But she did it on her own. This was some years ago, and found online where a guy he just wanted to get rid of the cat. So it didn't cost anything. We just had to go pick it up. And the cat was shots and everything ready. So we went and got the cat. It wasn't the first cat that she had. She wanted a pet. And a lot of pets bother me. Cats don't bother me as much, and fish don't bother me as much. So I let her get the cat. And we were just taking care of this cat for a while. And it was an indoor cat. But the cat was never neutered. So as the cat got older, the cat started to really want to go outside. If you've ever had a cat before that wasn't neutered, you know what I'm talking about. It really starts whining and crying and pretty much making all of us miserable, So as time went on, I kind of gave in because I didn't want to get the cat neutered. So I gave in and I let the cat go outside. And so the cat would go outside and hang out for a while, and then it would come back. It would come back to the door, and we let him back in. They be in the house for a while, eat, drink, sleep, chill, hang out with us, and then it would want to go back outside again. And it kind of went like that for a while. That's kind of how it went for a while. And time went on. And one day the cat got sick. Really horribly sick. Wouldn't eat. It was like making that sound like it had like a hairball in its throat. And just terribly, horribly sick. It's really sweaty, wet with sweat. And this went on for a couple of days. And you know, the cat died. Crawled under the bed, and it died under the bed. And I ain't gonna lie, I think I took it harder than my daughter did, or maybe she kept it in, and I couldn't really just tell. Um, because we lost cats before, and she was distraught. I remember like, the cat we had before used to get lost, and we used to have to go look for the cat, and she would be crying and stuff. And I don't remember what happened to that cat, but I know something happened to that cat, and she was distraught. I think that cat got lost, and we never found him again, and she was distraught about it. But this cat, it seems like she kind of took it well. Me, I was all messed up. I was all messed up about this cat. I was torn up about this cat. Like, what happened to this cat? How did it get sick? What happened? And I was thinking somebody poisoned the cat, you know? And I really do think that to this day, I think that's what happened. But I don't think it was like a intentional type of poisoning. I think it was just the place that we live in had something out, like poisons out by the fences and stuff, like for rats and for cats, probably. And the cat got into it, and I think that's what got it. So, but the reason why I'm telling this story is because, like, the cat didn't have like a long life, it didn't have a long fulfill. And we saw some kittens. I'm pretty sure the cat made some kittens because there's some cat little afterwards. It was a brew of kittens that looked like them. They were wild though, and they looked just like the cat. So I think that the cat it was a male cat. I think he made some kittens, at least one set, and so the cat didn't live like a long life. It was fairly short because the cat was a kitten when we got him, and we had him for a while, a couple years, I would say, something like that. And so the cat didn't live like a really long life, but I don't like the idea of animals in cages, and I don't like the idea of neutering them either. So it brings up the idea of the quality of life. Um, do you want to live a long life, but be neutered and in a cage the whole time, or would you prefer to live, a more free life that's a bit more dangerous and can lead to a shorter one where it won't be as long? You know, that's a question. Um, where I stand on that is I feel like the cat had a good life. The cat had a good life during the time it was here. It got to go and come as it pleased. It had a family that cared for it. It got to go out and make a family of its own. You know, it it wasn't neutered. It lived a free life. So when you think about humans, compare humans to this kind of scenario where, like, we live in our homes and we live this life that has been decided for us, if you will. And then, when they think about the Aboriginal peoples or like early ancestor humans, and they're like, they were out there in the wild and they could have got ate by a lion, a tiger, a bear, an anaconda, or something, you know, died of exposure, lightning strike, a boulder off a mountain, fallen in a hole, countless things. But I think about how free these people were. Like maybe they didn't live as long as we do. But I think they lived a more fulfilling and more free life, you know. I think about pets all the time and how people lock their dogs up in cages and they're in the cage all day while they're at work, and then they come home and let them out and they walk them or whatever. And I wonder how it would feel if you were for a human to be in that kind of scenario, you know? How fulfilling of a life would they have, you know? I think, freedom comes with a price. There's a price for freedom. It's not free, you know, and there's risk. There's risk involved in it, you know. What do they say? The person who values security over liberty deserves neither. I don't know. That quote always comes back to my mind because when people think about freedom, they're like, oh, I have my weapon. I'm free to pack my gun or whatever, you know. Uh, but when I think about freedom, I think about how you actually live your life, you know. Having a weapon maybe is involved in it, but that's a small part, you know. Actually being able to move around, you know. Actually being in danger sometimes, you know. Sometimes actually being exposed to the elements, you know. I think that in a lot of our present modern day societies, it's a lot of times it's like a prison, and it's an invisible one. It's an open air prison, one that we can't see, one that we don't really understand. You know, it's created with the culture, with the state, you know, with the pressures that are put on you for things that you're supposed to do. But we give up our freedoms for our comforts, right? For our safeties. You know, we want to drive that Benz, we want to have that condo, you know, we want to have a family, you know, we want to make money, right? We want to stunt on our neighbors, you know. But I think that we don't spend much time thinking about what we give up to be able to have those things. Now, the part about having a family, I think that's important. You know, I think that's a part of freedom right there, you know. But that's still a choice that you make instead of it being forced upon you, because maybe you don't want to have a wife or a husband. Maybe you don't want to have children, you know. That's a choice for you to make. And if you're actually free, then you can make that choice, you know, without pressures of the system forcing you otherwise. Because I think about it a lot. I used to read spy novels, spy versus spy type stuff all the time when I was younger. And these people don't have attachments to people, and that's what makes them more dangerous. So when you think about a man who has a family, and you think about a man that doesn't, and that man that doesn't have a family is much more dangerous. Um, he's much more harder to control, you know, because he does. You can hold. You can manipulate a man if he's worried about, you know, his child or his wife or whatever. You can get him to do things that maybe he wouldn't want to do otherwise. Am I coming through clear? Okay. Nobody here, so I have to double check. You can control that man because he has a family. So try to understand what I'm saying here. The cat had a short life, but it had a free life, you know. It had adventurous life. You know, it got to make some kittens. You know, it got to go and come as it pleased. It lived inside and outside. Mostly lived inside, but it got to go outside as much whenever it wanted to. But having that freedom to go outside is what led to its early death. It's a sad story. It's something I think about all the time. I still haven't gotten another cat or any other kind of pet since then, because I kind of messed me up a bit. And I don't feel like going through that emotional roller coaster just yet. So maybe I'm not over it. And it's because I'm wrestling with the decision of allowing the cat to leave and go as it pleased. I feel that it was my fault. You know, the cat could still be here today. I'm 100% sure of it, that the cat could still be here today had I chose to not allow it to go outside. But then there's a part of me who says, you know, but what kind of life did it really have, you know? It really had a chance to be alive, you know? It really had a chance to live, you know? And even if you're not putting the cat in the cage, they get to move around within the home. But if you think about it, the home itself is like a cage. It's a barrier to the real world, you know? Cats, just like dogs, you know, they like to dig around. They like to, you know, attack butterflies and insects and stuff, you know? Interact with others of their species. You know, one of the things I do a lot of times is I watch the drama of the animals, and cats always have drama. If you watch like the wild cats, there's always wild cats everywhere. And they have drama, like whole drama episodes happen because they have personalities just like people do, you know, and they have interactions, and you can kind of follow it a bit if you really pay attention. And, you know, like I say, that's a part of life, you know, dealing with other people's personalities, you know, overcoming the adversities, you know, uh, learning to deal with drama, learning to deal with problems or whatever, you know. Anyways, that's my story about the cat. I don't know if you guys felt that. I might try to explain that a bit more in a minute because I feel like I didn't do it justice. But anyways, how you guys feeling? We into another full show. It's Saturday night. Hopefully we'll get some guys in here. Usually when I come in late on Saturday, I lose Pat. I'm pretty sure I sent the text, but let me double check that. And the video, Abby and Mortal Technique. Let's play a bit of this while I get myself together. Am I sharing?
You know the difference between Barack, the Bush administration, or being outspoken as an artist, that was a very marginalizing time
as an artist to come out full-fledged, like revolutionary politics, you know, hammer and sickle on the front cover. I mean, in a wake of just complete paralysis in the country. And then right after the Iraq War, same thing.
It's interesting you bring that up, because what I showed on Revolutionary Volume 1, if you look at the cover, is cops, and on the other side is soldiers killing them. What do you think is going to happen in a civil war? You think the Army, the Marines, the Coast Guard, that they're all going to be on the same side? What do you think happens in civil war, the civil war that half this nation is clamoring for? It's police departments against military, military against government, people forming their own militias against the police force. It's the randomness of killing. And right now, I think what gives people peace in some sick way is that the killing is mitigated. The killing is organized. They believe that barbarity is random killing. Like this bomb, well, if it blows up in Afghanistan or Iraq, then it was supposed to blow up. That's where things like that happen. Mm-hmm. In Syria, if a school gets bombed, but why is this happening here, right? And then the bias of journalists during the war in Ukraine. Well, this stuff's supposed to happen in Syria, but this is Europe where things are civilized. And I want to remind those animals that live in the skins of people, those human teleprompters that are out there passing themselves off as journalists. You know the difference between Ukraine and Iraq? 45 nations attacked Iraq. 45. And you have Russia and what? It's satellite republics that are fighting NATO and the people there. And unfortunately, it's boiled down to such a politics that you can't even say it's wrong, right? I risk being alienated politically by maybe people I know in Russia because the war is wrong. Yes, it's wrong. It's disgusting. But at the same time, I can turn around to the United States and say, how dare you tell people that the Russians are ignorant to what's going on in the Ukraine? I'm sure they are, but I'll do you one better. I bet that Americans are just as ignorant, if not more, to the atrocities and murder, rape, and torture that took place in Iraq and Afghanistan. So we have no moral high ground here. You've used up all the political capital from 9/11. Interesting you brought that up. We don't have that anymore, Abby. Mm-hmm. Imagine if we had that, we would have sent troops into Syria, like those idiots on MSNBC wanted us to.
It is very strange, Felipe, looking at the last 20 years and seeing where we have come. First of all, capitalism is like widely loathed by a lot of young people. That's good, right? At the same time, this very disturbing trend where, conspiracism, this distrust in institutions has bred a deep cynicism that has basically manifested into things like climate change isn't real, it's a globalist plot. COVID isn't real, it's a globalist plot. Mm-hmm. And for people like us who
immigrants were sent by George Soros here, like that.
Yeah. And Trump's presidency, basically solidified that. It became where he's fighting the deep state. I don't understand how anyone in the movement back during the Iraq War fighting against the state, fighting against the empire could be sold into what has become this ascendant right-wing reactionary movement that is quite scary, Felipe, because a lot of people that I was actually fighting alongside back 20 years ago have become Trumpers, QAnoners, and it's become scary. And it is becoming what you said. On the precipice of this civil war tension that is ratcheting up day after day.
I'll put it to you this way. People don't recognize or understand what they're really asking for. A civil war means that the United States gives up its position as number one. It means that the world belongs to Russia and China. And while we're discussing those two countries, there's an interesting dichotomy that exists in that foreign policy that a lot of people don't understand from the quasi-right or closeted right-wingers, as I call them, because they are interesting people, a lot of them. A lot of people don't want to be categorized as right-wing. So they've invented this sort of middle-of-the-road philosophy, or I believe both sides are corrupt. Yes, but you only criticize one side. When you criticize the right, you only criticize it for being soft on the left. So my message to those people is just come out of the closet and be what you are. My politics didn't move to the left. I never became a liberal during this time. I just refused to move to the right along with everyone after the 9/11 effect. And people forget that. I mean, there should be a documentary that's just called The 9/11 Effect, when all politics shifted to the right. So people that were middle ground, right? They used to be middle ground. Now they're seen as left. The people who were on the right are now seen as the middle. And the people on the far right are seen as the right. And the people who were too disgusting for the right to even embrace, people who push like racial statistics as closet eugenics. We're still dealing with that garbage too. Those individuals are given a voice that they never had before. Mm-hmm. And the people who were actually the quasi left have been moved to a place where they're not even considered the left here in this country. They're considered like, oh, that's so far left that it exists outside the sphere. But the deep state is not a Democratic or Republican entity. The deep state, if you want to have a discussion about this, is not a Democrat left, not a Republican right entity. It relies on resources. There's a movie called Network where they discuss communist Russia, and you think these people, and the guy says, you think they argue about Mao and Lenin in these meetings? No, they get out linear charts and they discuss what resources they're going to take from different places, because the USSR is a country, an empire, much like America. So what are we discussing, right? What is the deep state's concern? The deep state's concern is that we're all a bunch of talking monkeys that are trapped on a floating rock in space, and these resources are going to run out, and we need to have them more than anybody else. And the next war is going to be over the Arctic and Antarctica when those resources become more available. And constantly and consistently, this is proven right. Now, whereas it comes to the scare tactics of communism, communism made a reemergence. And I would argue it's not so much social or socialist principles that I discuss in my music, but rather those that are interpreted such so by socialists because they are the original basis of what human beings live like in an indigenous world. For example, sister, we indigenous, Latino, whatever you want to call us, and African people, with all due respect to Karl Marx and Engels, we didn't need a white European man in the 1850s to come to the dark jungles of Latin America and Africa and explain the complex concept of sharing. We knew that activism for thousands of years. That's why we stayed alive. That's how we flourished in a society and a place that was ungovernable to nature for most people when they came here, because they were dropping like flies.
That is a major freaking point right there. Like, yesterday I mentioned that I was watching that show, The Last of Us, and how like it's the end of the world, and then it's like the people who were living the best were living in a compound that was what people today would call like socialism, communism, or whatever. And Immortal Technique is making the point that Marxism existed before Marx was born, or before the phrase came up, or the idea, the word communism or socialism, before the word was a word, people were already doing this. That's what's really interesting to me about philosophy in a lot of situations, is that, it's really cool. I love philosophy because it puts these things into words so that you can discuss them, and try to understand them better. But these people who do these things don't need that word. You know what I mean? They don't need definitions of it. How you survive, how humans survive. We're community animals, and that's how we survive. That's how we make it with each other, and it's real simple, but we complicate things and give everything these labels And then we get totally brainwashed because, you have these ideas that are put in our head that lead us to behave in a way that actually goes against our actual nature. Our altruism, sharing, helping, caring for others. But instead, we're geared in this direction of hoarding resources, of, all for self, look for self, just keep your head down, just look out for yourself and your family and friends, and try to get through this thing, And I think that, we pretty much we're going crazy, we're going insane, and we don't understand these concepts at all. But when when the stuff hits the fan, when things get really crazy, we automatically just revert back to these things because it's our natural way to survive. We can't make it without each other. And I don't care who you are, where you are, how much money you make. You need other people. You need other people. You can't do it all by yourself. You can't do it on your own. You can't survive on your own. Why is it like the idea of like living on a deserted island, sounds so scary, and would you survive? Would you actually really truly survive on a deserted island? Some of us maybe we're capable, but would we be mentally sound? Will we not go crazy? What was the movie Castaway? Big popular movie. The dude made like a doll or a pumpkin. I can't remember the movie. It's a long time. And he would talk to that thing like it was a person, to try to keep his sanity. We need other people.
And if you're going to discuss being an anti-globalist, how could you possibly support Israel and Zionism? So these sort of total conflicts of ideology are normalized as if they're not there, right? The way the right-wingers or Latino right-wingers will cheer Vladimir Putin, but then at the same time realize, yes, in Europe, they support the far right. But in Latin America, half these republics wouldn't exist without the support of Russia and China. So they play you left and right. The United States is getting smacked on both sides. The Russians have learned, okay, we support these far right movements. Marine Le Pen is right there with Mr. Putin, right? But then so is Hugo Chavez, so is Nicolas Maduro. And you're over here dick riding the duopoly still. That's the problem with the American public. They're stuck in that mentality. They don't realize that people outside this country are playing 3D chess, and you're still arguing that Mr. Trump was sent by God. And it's just stupid and it's nonsensical. And if the imaginary communist takeover is a red scare in the United States from the Democrats, then what is the end result? What is the trajectory of right-wing politics? It's a theocracy. It's the theory of the 7 mountains. And for people who are unaware of that, they should look it up. It's the idea that they're going to reclaim 7 major parts of society: military, economics, entertainment, education, et cetera, and push them towards a more religious base. Now, it's always framed nicely, right? We want to put God back in the schools. We want to get kids to do right. But the danger of combining church and state, I think, goes beyond what the founding fathers had in mind. It's not so much that just the church will influence the state. No, it's the state that now will even more so pollute the word of God for people who have not had it polluted by religious institutions. In other words, it's no longer America's war now, Abby. It's God's war. Well, we're not killing these people because we want to. It's because God told us that this war is necessary. God made this foundation. God is the justification for that. So now you have an easy out clause for every atrocity that you commit. And all you have to whisper is, I'm sorry, right before you die, and you think it all goes away. How fucking convenient is that?
I mean, that's what we saw with the Supreme Court takeover. It's a judicial coup by a minority extremist sect of religious cultists, essentially. And it is happening across every institution. And at the same time, it's a manufactured war on critical race theory, on communism. It's all fake. It's fantasy, but
Well,
it sticks.
Thank you for bringing that up, because when people mention critical race theory, I think a lot of people don't understand that that's actually a class that you need to pass.
Well,
in
we
law
don't
school.
even get real history at all. It's like, what, and you're fighting against already like history classes that maybe talk about slavery in an honest way. It's like, what?
I think though that the other part of that is, one, that the right wing is pushing this, two, that the manufactured left has done a miserable job at fighting back.
Right.
And their idea was to mitigate these things. So let's take them both for what they were. People will applaud Mr. Trump for never starting new wars, right? But even some of my libertarian friends have fallen into that trap. And I say, well, then he just continued them. What did he do? He dropped a Moab. Yes, for the first 12 months, the drone strikes went down. But then they went back up to a degree that was even higher than they were when Obama left. We both know that's true. The problem is this. What was the Democratic response? What was the liberal response to 9/11? Well, their liberal response was to follow the 9/11 effect. They said, no, we have to out-military the right wing. So we're not just going to knock over Iraq and Afghanistan. Well, now we're going to knock over Syria. We're going to make sure that the Arab Spring fails to actually produce any real effective long-term change. So whereas the Republicans cheer a man for not starting any new wars without realizing that he still continued these war crimes and sponsored a monstrosity in Yemen, the liberals in this country, in my opinion, did something just as bad. They're like the black cop on the police force that shoots someone because they want to prove to the other white officers that they're willing to kill a motherfucker from their own hood. And in that sense, they abandon human rights, right? Now, the Republicans have a different issue, whereas the Democrats abandoned human rights in order to prove that they were militant to have the country. The Republicans have decided to make themselves God. And the revolution for them in this country doesn't come when communist Democrats get control. No, it comes when they realize that they no longer need the Republican Party as a shell for what they really want. I think a lot of people don't realize that when they welcome these kind of theocratic, really, really narrow-minded movements, that you're creating like this American Taliban mentality. You don't realize it because you've normalized it as if Christianity was brought to people in peace. No, people were forcibly converted like every other religion with that. So without properly putting that into context, we realize that there are vultures and then there are just more vultures. And the people are caught in between that. It's not just so much a cynicism for government, it's a cynicism against both of these parties. But the way it plays out is different. The cynicism from the right is we don't need these Republicans to be here anymore. They're just stopping us from doing what we really want. And the idiocracy and cynicism from the fake left is we can still reach out and get the middle ground with these people.
That's all they care about.
We just need to move to be more militant. We need to show them what we want.
Well, and the liberals actually fought Trump from the right several times about trying to advocate normalization of relations with North Korea. I mean, him just saying rhetorically that he was against wars, that he wanted to withdraw from some countries that he didn't actually withdraw from, that was fought from the right. Like you said, I mean, trying to push militaristically that we're bigger than you, we're stronger than you, how dare you try to retreat, right? I mean, at the same time, Trump was not retreating. I mean, he tried to do a coup in Venezuela, increased drone strikes 300%, assassinated General Soleimani. I mean, the list goes on, which pisses me off so much that they use him as a foil. He was its anti-war candidate, including libertarians, which know better than that. They should. I just can't wrap my mind around the evolution of like conspiracism, like how we have a sitting congresswoman, Marjorie Taylor Greene, that says actually 9/11 was an inside job. She's batshit crazy. One of these Christian crusaders on the tip of being an anti-gay bigot, fear-mongering about groomers. It has become almost a right-wing perspective where questioning the government would be like left, I mean, a left critique of like institutional power, right? But instead, it's become folded into the Trump administration, where it's now associated that anyone who critiques things like the deep state, it's become cartoonish. It's a parody.
Right. Or anyone who says the government response to COVID was a catastrophe and a joke.
Right.
And these people did everything for themselves, for the rich, and nothing for us. So when people call it the Great Reset from the right or from the quasi-right, the QAnon people, I always say, no, it's not. It's the Great Rebate, right? It's not the Great Reset. They already own your soul. They sold off the morals first. Now they think that they can regain the people's favor by offering them trinkets. And what's crazy and what's interesting about what you say is that people are listening to elites from the right wing call left-wing people elites. Like you're not an heiress, right? Like you're not a billionaire, like you're not a millionaire, right? The biggest sucker move that these people pull, thinking that some guy who's a con man is really a blue-collar hero. How do you have elites from one group of this society that refer to other people as elites as if they're not the ones benefiting from it? And that leads into the issue that I was discussing before, which is people will say Democrat cities where black and brown people are suffering. I say, you're right, but here's the problem. Who's causing them to suffer? The police department in most of these cases. Is the police department a left-wing entity, or is it by and large in this country a right-wing bubble entity that exists even in the most democratic cities? Those people have like 99 point some odd % right-wing. Like maybe that's the wrong statistic. They say 76% of statistics are made up on the spot, but a lot of cops every day. Okay, how about this? My brother came back from Iraq and he worked with nothing but NYPD. Out of the 50 cops that I met with him, 48 were far righters and 2 were like, I could see why interracial marriage is good. And you know, it's like, oh my fucking God.
I think it's safe to say
but
that.
So I'm saying, yes, in that sense, you're correct, but you're only telling one half of the story. Yes, these are Democratic-led cities, but you can't admit that the cops are racist. Why? Why is that? You know why? Because they have a proximity to your politics.
And looking at Biden, you know, you mentioned the police, and I think that this is really important. The fact that Uvalde just happened, you know, over 50% of that budget was used for police. How many police forces responded to that mass shooting? How little did they do to save those children? They let them die, right? Was it because they were undocumented? Was it because that they were Latino? I don't know why. But it really is amazing that even on the heels of Black Lives Matter and how many people are aware of what's going on in this country, still the Biden administration gives $30 billion to police, $2 billion to fight climate change. This is where we are at, even with the biggest protest movement in history of this country.
These people don't fucking complain who run shit. They co-opt the movement. That's their job, to co-opt the movement. So they see people against cops. Oh, you know, let's co-opt the Black Lives Matter movement. We didn't ask for murals. We asked for legislation. We asked for protection. We asked for people to hold the police departments accountable. We didn't ask for chalk murals on the floor. We didn't need you banging your pots and pans at 7 o'clock. You didn't fucking accomplish anything by doing it. Police, in my mind, don't necessarily stop crime. They go and punish the people so badly, allegedly, that committed this crime, that it's supposed to be a deterrent. And for the existence of this country, it hasn't worked. It just makes people feel good that we hurt the people that hurt us. It doesn't stop them. It doesn't address mental health issues. During the 60s and 70s, there were like, it was like 500,000 beds that closed in mental hospitals and people ended up on the street. It's obvious why these things happened. You know, the drug war destroyed our community, left it absolutely decimated. Those are things that we don't discuss. Those are things that we don't discuss in context. Those are things that we can't discuss because they're still part of our reality. That's the problem. And when it comes to Uvalde, you couldn't stop me. I'm a citizen. I mean, everyone's a quarterback on Monday, but I can't imagine my children being. There was a woman who jumped the line, who got arrested.
They're harassing her still.
Went in there and they're still harassing her, even though every single one of those cops is a disgrace to every single person that has ever put on that uniform. They deserve no sympathy. And the fact that people were even trying to make excuses for them. Some of you could walk into a sneaker store and find a boot to lick. And it's disgusting because they've never been really critically challenged by the belief that the police are not there to do anything except to protect the power structure. Prison isn't full of criminals. It's full of poor people who happen to be criminals.
Well, where's all the people in Jeffrey Epstein's black book? We never hear about them.
Where are the people that Ghislaine Maxwell sold the kids to? We didn't hear that either. Right? We never heard about, and I went to Haiti in 2010 and we were helping the people after the earthquake, and the independent artist that we work with had a song called Où est les enfants, which means where are the children? And they told me and other people, hey, some children were brought out of the rubble, but we never saw them again. So me and a couple of other people, we tweeted about it, we talked about it. Everyone was like, oh, they're probably lost. Until a year or two later, what happened, Abby? All those news reports came out. Crooked officials from the UN, crooked officials from Haiti, crooked officials from NGOs were paying for children to be sexually trafficked to Eastern Europe, to other parts of the world. This is what gives the cannon fodder for conspiracy theories.
But that is the real
it's
QAnon.
Actually true. But
That's
yes,
the real.
and that's why when those people were going hard at the U.S. government during the Obama era, I was totally willing to join them. Yes, that's 100% true. Yes, we need to fight there. That's why I'm going to tell you the truth. I'm not angry at those people. I'm telling them you have a point, but you've chosen a golden calf. And you don't realize that the emperor is not wearing any clothes. And you're afraid to be called stupid or be called a rhino or be called a Democrat or a Marxist. Really? A Marxist? So we set up free enterprise when we go to other countries, right? We set up a free market when we go to some other place, or do we set up a monopoly? What do? Do we set up a competing market for multinational corporations when we enter a country, Abby? Or do we want one country to be the company store that just happens to be from the United States? I'm sorry that no one's coming to help you, but that means that you got to help yourself. And in this case, I told people a long time ago, I'm prepared to hear truth no matter who says it, but I'm not willing to shift along with their agenda. The first one that right-wingers went at is to prove that somehow Nazis were part of the big socialist movement around the world, right? As if they weren't far-right fascists.
They keep talking
that
about
was
that,
the
man.
first nail that they put in there. You know how you split a rock? You put one nail in a giant rock and you just hammer it in there and you keep nailing more nails. That was the first one. That was the first one they lost. And that is hysterical to me because I'm like, okay, if you actually study Nazi Germany, you'll realize there were like 3-4 corporations who had like a company store and basically ran everything, and they were pocketing all the money. It wasn't a socialist entity. It wasn't communist. They were fighting over their territories in Africa. The sick part that people don't realize is that after World War II, it bumped up the liberation of half the quote unquote third world. And they're not developing countries. They're not underdeveloped. They're overly policed, they're overly controlled, they're consistently bombed. And what we see from that is a total projection of what they're doing. So when we talk about white replacement theory, they do that so they don't have to discuss indigenous replacement practice. It's not a theory, you fucking moron. It's a practice that you people had to get rid of indigenous people. During the Great Depression, you deported 1.5 million American citizens who happened to be from a Mexican background so you could get more poor white people jobs. Right?
Well, this is what I'm talking about. There's no connection or critical thinking about how refugees enter this country, where they're coming from, the systemic causes of these things.
Or what land they're going to live on. When people say they're giving away things for free for people. And I said, have you ever heard of the Homestead Act? Have you ever heard of all the acts that took place in the 1800s where this government gave away land that did not belong to them, but belonged to indigenous people, to other people? But that's gone from history. And it's almost unpatriotic to bring up in some circles. So there's a total disconnect. As I said before, we don't even have a shared history in this country. Some people believe that we were playing with dinosaurs like the Flintstones, and that population of people is getting bigger. Other people, like, listen, I get into arguments with people all the time that because I'm sometimes go back to Peru and I'll see Mormons there and they're around and I'm like, let me ask you something. I read your book. And they're like, really? I'm like, yeah, I read the Book of Mormon. And you believe that America was populated by white people and that one tribe of white people killed the other in like 5,000 like BC. And as to punish them, God painted the group of people and survived and the Native Americans. You believe that? And the guy's like, that is part of the Listen, you're very polite. You're nice people, right? You make nice apple pie. But your politics and your proximity to fascism, murder, and genocide make you less than what you think you are.
You mentioned the deaths in Iraq and, you know, the refugee crisis. It has to be said that it's projected up to 50 million displaced people forcibly ejected from their homes as a result of these wars. 6 to 7 million. Because when we talk about deaths, we don't just talk about direct killings, but it's the infrastructural collapse, it's the lack of access to resources, it's all of those things that are compounded exponentially. With every death, there's 6 times more that die as a result. And so it's just, the hypocrisy is absolutely mind-boggling, but at the same time, like you said, it seems like reality is becoming separate and detached more and more, where magical thinking has taken root on all sides. I mean, you have the liberals, they're the fake opposition party, but they also think that it controls this country. Felipe, they think that Russia installed Trump. They think that our media is free. They believe in these things. On the other hand, you have people thinking that QAnon is their savior, that Trump is fighting the deep state. It's really hard to wade through and actually find like common ground with people. I guess I'm just a little surprised because I feel like we're going backward at a really rapid pace here.
I'll share.
Freaking crazy. I think we're going insane. The politics is insane in this country. All the way crazy. Let me read some caption. Let me read the caption and some comments. The caption says, legendary rapper Immortal Technique joins Abby to discuss the escalating tensions of the post-Trump era, the duopoly playing Americans, right-wing co-optation of conspiracy theory, and deep state critique, teaching real history and much more. Let me read some comments. First comment, it says, when the devil wants to dance with you, you better say never, because a dance with the devil might last you forever. Immortal Technique. Another comment, it says, love both Abby Martin and Immortal Technique, 2 people who speak truth to power. Another comment, it says, one of the most intelligent and humane political speakers I've ever heard. Thank you, Abby and Empire Files, and especially Immortal Technique. Nobody's giving any real, let's see. Says Abby Martin's journalist standards are so high that I struggle to find many other news outlets that hold that benchmark. Really, thank you for releasing such quality content. This is a really good video, and you're not gonna see none of this on any other major. She used to have a real job, and because she talks the way she talks, she can't. She does all her stuff is independent now, and you have to dig to find all her stuff. It says, had an unreasonably high expectation for this interview, and you two just completely surpassed those expectations. Absolutely incredible work here. These are all comments just giving them props or whatever. It is a really good freaking video, but I can't play the whole thing. Let me see this one. It says, excellent, difficult topics, all connected and brilliantly articulated. I never heard of Immortal Technique until now, but looking forward to listening to all his work. Thanks for the dose of reality. Excuse me. Still missed breaking the set, but look forward to every Empire Files video that drops. Survival of the fittest was coined by one of the founders of the eugenics movement. The truth is that mutual aid is the primary driver of evolution. Peace, love, and solidarity from Scotland. There's a point that Immortal Technique makes in this video that I was looking for, and I think it was coming up. I just don't remember the timestamp. I worked all day today. I didn't have time to prepare for this. What's up, Doc? That's you? Oh, that's Deuce. What's up, Deuce?
Hey, what's going on, bro? What's up with it?
How you feeling, man? Same
pretty
old,
good,
same
pretty
old.
good.
You on the road, huh?
Yeah, man, we out here grinding, bro. How about you, man? How you
Getting
feeling?
it in, getting it in.
Yeah, man.
I'm all right.
Trying
I'm
to.
all right. I got this cold. I've been trying to shake, and I'm having a hard time shaking it off, man. Really
Man, that
sucks.
sucks.
But I feel
Yeah.
good. Overall, I
That's
feel
what's up.
good.
Oh, that's what's up. That's what's up.
Was you listening to this interview? How much of this did you hear any of this stuff?
Man, I came in. I probably been in here for maybe 5 minutes.
Yeah. I really want to play some more of this. I've been trying to get away from playing so many videos, but this interview is really, really, really good. Like, let me play some more.
Personal story close to me that went full QAnon. Matter of fact, if I took the left away from these people, half of them would lose half their vocabulary. We would have to edit half the show. But that's the level that it's gotten to. And I think it's literally because of twofold. Like you said, right wing pushing this, and then during the election, Mr. Trump, as we both know, attacked Mrs. Clinton with left wing talking points, right? Your proximity to these fascist regimes, your proximity to Saudi Arabia, you're getting money from them. Well, what did he do, right?
Yeah.
Then, oh man, you don't care about other people. You want endless war. But this is the point I'm trying to make. People didn't see that. So they expected, oh, here's a balanced guy. No, here's a guy
He's a con artist.
who's a con artist who's being advised by a bunch of white supremacists who aren't stupid, who are smart people, right? Let's not pretend that just because dude wears 6 shirts and looks like a disheveled grimace, that he's not smart. These people, that's where the fake left makes their mistake. Don't underestimate these people's intelligence.
And Bannon's strategy of co-opting left ideas disaffected Bernie people, folding them into reactionary politics. It's actually working, and you have COVID and climate change, which are 2 huge issues that reveal the institutional failure of the state and of capitalism, folded in now to, no, it's actually the Great Reset. No, it's actually a distraction.
I think, though, one of the other things I have to contend with is that there are a lot of things that we don't know about, that you and I are not privy to, that are probably bringing in the things we haven't seen. And from that perspective, I can understand why those people think what they do. Because this country showed me images of dead Ukrainians during the beginning of the war. They showed me a tank running over an old man. They showed me an old woman getting shot the fuck up. They showed me children blown up all over the street, Abby. And I'm going to tell you, I didn't take that easily.
Right.
I was disgusted by that. But I'm also the person that before WikiLeaks went out and said, no, I want to see these pictures. And other journalists were like, okay, you really want to see this shit? I said, yes, I want to see what the fuck are we doing in Iraq? Show it to me. And when they showed it to me, I fucking threw up. I was like, this, why aren't we seeing this? I understand why they're like that. I'm not, on one end, yes, I'm angry that people
We've been lied to.
had to sell out and go to QAnon and believe some
Yeah.
freak fuck shit that's not true. But the sick part is that the level to which these people have gone to hide their crimes is part of the reason that we're here. And then there's the online rage farming, right? You're not posting to actually make a point. You're posting because you want to rile people up. And rage farming is real because you're not actually providing solutions to stuff. You're not talking about it in any sort of context that's anything except trying to cause issues between a community, right? You're not coming to any real clear conclusion about it, and you're not regulating the response.
Well, there's several things going on. First of all, it's the survivability of even alternative media, where you have to feed the algorithm, you have to be sensational, you have to give people what they want. It's very hard to actually do real journalism. Look at the censorship that's taken place, technocrats who are curating our reality, working with these insidious players that work in these shady think tanks, that work for defense contractors. And it's all for our own good, right? The mass chip place, RT being removed from all these platforms, memory hold from our collective consciousness. Like you said, the forbidden viewpoints, right? Liberals tell us we need to be sanitized from our reality. Those people don't go away. They just get relegated to another darker place and feel like they're part of the true reality.
Right, and they feel like they're oppressed.
Right.
You're not oppressed. You don't know a fucking day about oppression, okay? The other problem that I have is when people talk about the lockdowns being like jail. You know how many people I have to smack in the face, like literally be like, yo, what did you say? Like, oh man, you know, it's like it's nothing like being in jail, dude, okay? It's nothing like that, all right? It's nothing. Is someone stripping you every time you leave? You got the refrigerator. You could call a girl over, get a COVID test, pop off for a week. Do you think families there are COVID babies that are running around the world now? Of course. Oh, don't call it that. That's also the problem. The genuine disconnect with how the average people are living. You know, when I went to and you said it best. We have every right to criticize the government's abysmal response to COVID. Yeah, it's not a conspiracy theory. That's true. They fucked us over. They gave us nothing. They let us die in the streets. And for the people that think, oh, well, not everybody was dying. Okay, let's take the reversal of that. They use that to justify a fucking 50% inflation rate on everything. We wouldn't have swallowed that as an American public without COVID. Huh? The cup of coffee that used to cost $1 costs $2 now. We would have never gone for that shit when that came out. Those people that say the Great Reset, no, like I said before, they already own you. They already got you after Iraq and Afghanistan. What made you be complicit to all that? What they got now was their money back. Big corporations that bought out the little guys. I'm 100% with you guys on that. With all the people, oh, conspiracy. No, I'm 100% with y'all on that. Yes, they did use that particular thing to take over. But what you said is so correct. People should have the audacity to rip their government apart for what has happened to them in terms like that. Because what is the end result, right? What was the end result? Are we healthier? Are we safer? And all they had left was audacity. So take what we give you. You'll get what you'll get. The Democrats made every promise to Black and brown people that they possibly could. Broke them all.
If we didn't get healthcare during a global pandemic and instead increased sanctions around the world, it's a disgrace. And that void actually did a lot of the cynicism into COVID's fake. This is about a power grab, because like you said, they did grab power. They did financially take over. They did close a lot of small businesses. They did fuck over the working class.
My friend's son died of COVID.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, it's not fake. I can at the same time recognize that this government did things while people were spooked and terrified that were not beneficial to the people, but beneficial to the government, right? But now, just like 9/11, sister, you've used up all your political capital. You've created a situation, just like I said before, that relates direct to 9/11, to the point if there is a terrorist organization that really does want to harm, half the people in the country won't believe that it's real. Think about that. That's true. If there really was a new terrorist organization that just popped up out of nowhere, what are going to be the first comments underneath there? You and I both know we're going to, oh, this is a CIA manufactured. This is, and they might even be right. Who were we supporting in Syria? Al-Qaeda. People who were, and you know this, we were supporting people who were linked to Al-Qaeda. I thought that's who we were fighting against. Abby. And then it leads back. Why? I believe some of these conspiracy theorists believe what they believe. Radical Islam has always been America's best friend, has always been a tool for the West, right? The Al-Qaeda people, oh man, they're so terrible. But what were we using in Afghanistan? Jihadists, the precursor to Al-Qaeda.
Look at Ukraine.
Ukraine. We're willing to put aside the ideology of fascism and say it doesn't matter that these people believe far-right things or that maybe some of them are into Nazism. They're fighting against Russia. What did I just hear? What? What the fuck is this? And of course, then there's some Russian propaganda. All these, the Ukrainians.
But at the same
Nazis.
time,
No,
we're
they're
against
not.
Russia because they're far right, yet we're supporting a far right ideology to just use Ukrainians as cannon fodder, right? I mean, it's truly sick. I'm sure you saw this when the Guardian, Sky News was displaying a Molotov cocktail workshop live. Guardian showing diagrams of where to throw Molotov cocktails inside a Russian tank, how to best kill Russian soldiers while at the same time calling Palestinians terrorists.
I went to
It's crazy. Oh wait, let me hear this part where he talks about going to Afghanistan, and then I'm gonna wrap it.
Afghanistan in 2009 to open up an orphanage in a school. And I had the pleasure of being able to visit places that are blocked off to Americans. One of the places that I visited was the tomb of Shah Massoud, rest in peace, in Panjshir Valley. And if I tell Afghans that I went there, they're like, they let you in. On the road to Panjshir Valley, it's lined with armored vehicles, all of them, old British carriers from way in like 1890. Then there's Russian stuff. Then there's Taliban vehicles, just littered all over the place. And I say, why do they leave this here? I see kids using them as a jungle gym, Abby, using a fucking Russian tank from 1970. It's a fucking jungle gym. I said, why do you keep these things here? And the old man said, as a reminder that you can come here and never leave. It sent a chill up my spine. I sat in one of those Russian tanks, small tank. It was on the side of a mountain. Walked in, and you know what I saw? I saw on the floor, there was this folded metal. Looked like Superman had just, it was this kind of black ink looking stuff. And for a long time, I just sat there, and then I realized, oh, this is old coagulated blood that's melted into the metal. This isn't ash. This is blood. I was like, oh God. And then I was like, yo, somebody died right where I was standing. And I just got to chill. I was like, and then I thought to myself, you know what? Somewhere in Russia, somewhere in Moscow or St. Petersburg or some small little town, somewhere in Tartaristan or Chechnya or Afghanistan, there's some mom who sent her kid here. And he died here for what? And her pain is no different than the mother who sent her child to Iraq. To die for what? That's what I learned when I went there. And I realized that if you're going to choose a life in the military, you're choosing the life of a soldier, but not necessarily a warrior. I know a lot of people who are in the military who are warriors. But the difference is this: a soldier just follows order. A warrior knows why he's fighting, right? Because at the same time as they were showing those Molotov cocktails, as you pointed out, they showed us why being, and showed us the people trained as to bolster effects for the war. But they called Chelsea Manning, and they called people from WikiLeaks. They called Julian Assange traitors to this country, just for showing us what the hell was going on, because this was supposed to be in the news.
It's quite amazing and astounding to see the
Oh man, I don't know if you guys are following this. I'm gonna stop killing y'all with it. What's up, Doc?
Yeah.
You there? I'm gonna stop killing y'all with that one. I already
Man, I would
played
love
way
to.
too
I
much
would
of
love
it.
to be able to. I would love to be able to have that video and watch it in my free time to hear from beginning to end.
I sent it in the group chat.
Oh, okay.
I sent
Okay,
it in the
I have
group
to.
chat, but it was a while ago. It was a while ago. I'll resend it because it was probably more than a week ago. I that cover it, watch the whole thing. I think I watched that thing twice. Yeah, yeah. And you have to know about what they're talking about to follow them, because they kind of don't really just go into the stuff. They kind of touch on a bunch of topics, and you have to, already know some stuff to follow them. And I don't know if the audience is following them. I have a couple of tweets I want to do. Yesterday we was reading. Doc found the transcript to the State of the Union that Putin did recently, and we was reading that at the end of the show last night. I think that was really good. So who's ever watching right now, y'all go check that out. I think it was pretty good. Like the second half of the show. Let me see. I have some stuff here that I wanted to play. Oh yeah, article came out that said that the United States are the ones who blew up the pipeline.
The UN security.
I think we talked about that on the show, but they didn't. It was all like hearsay. But even to this day, still, even after that article, I think it was a New York Times article, I want to say, they're still saying that it was like it's pretty much hearsay, that it may not be true. But what I said even way back then was that, they would definitely do an investigation on this, and the fact that nothing has come out about it, as far as the U.S. saying, yeah, for sure, we know this is what happened to the pipeline. That's the whole story right there, because so much time has gone by. How come they don't know what happened? That tells me they know what happened and they just don't want to say. Let me play this.
The Council had a meeting yesterday. Governor spoke. He is a former member of the CIA, and he testified in support of Seymour Hersh's article on the United States bombing Nord Stream pipeline. If it is proven that the United States bombed the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, as has been asserted by Seymour Hersh and his article, will you call for the United States to acknowledge and admit that that was an act of war against Germany and Russia? And I'm asking this because this may be the only way to prevent the rest of us from being killed in a thermonuclear war. And I don't want to be fried. Don't you think the media should be reporting on whether or not this is true? And don't you think you should be inquiring into whether or not this is true?
Well, thank you for the question. One, I've got no information to suggest that the United States was involved in bombing the Nord Stream pipeline.
Because you weren't briefed on it.
Sir, you got your chance to ask a question. So give me an opportunity to respond.
You weren't given information because he explicitly says you weren't briefed on it. Shouldn't you inquire?
So here's what I'll say about, I think, President Biden's leadership generally as it relates to the Ukraine and Russia.
We committed an act of war. What are you doing to respond to that? We have to hold Biden accountable. Listen, you're from Brooklyn, right? You know when to call bullshit when you see it. So do I. This is bullshit right now. And I see what's happening right now. That does not silence me. You can hear me right now. I want you to say something of bombing, because we're all going to die from a nuclear war right now unless you stop it and you at least put and inquire into whether or not it's true. This war in Ukraine is going to leave us all dead. So what are you going to do? Because you need to inquire.
Here's
I'm a
what
New
I'll
Yorker
say.
too.
Here's what I'll say.
Say it.
We're going to continue to stand with the Ukrainian people.
That's fucking
against
bullshit.
their
Do not
war
do that. You will end us all
in
dead.
this war against
We
Vladimir
need
Putin.
peace. We need talks.
Because
Why are
it's
you
not
sabotaging
just,
talks? Do not put your hands on me. We need peace
Ukraine
talks.
and
I am
Russia.
not take this.
It's a
We need
battle
peace talks.
It's a
You
battle
are leaving.
between
Listen.
democracy
Did you even read the
and
allegations?
autocracy. It's a
No.
battle between
How
truth
about
and
accountability?
propaganda.
Not
And it's a
airheadedness.
battle between
Okay. How
tyranny
about
and
bridges, not
freedom.
bombs?
And democracy,
Okay. How about
truth, and freedom
conversation,
will
not
prevail. And the
cremation?
United States is going to help make sure
Diplomacy,
that happens.
not destruction. How about that?
I want to ask
How
you to
about it?
join me
You
for a round of
goddamn
applause.
airhead, you're gonna kill us all.
Thank you.
I don't want to die in a goddamn nuclear war, and
We
nobody
certainly appreciate freedom
does.
of
Yeah, man. It is scary times that we live in. And it's like that guy had some fair questions. It's like, how come y'all, hey, what the hell actually happened with that? Do I have another clip on that? I think I have another clip on that. Because there's a whole article about it.
The UN Security Council had a meeting yesterday, and Ray McGovern spoke to it.
Hold on, give me a second, y'all. I think I have I think the Gray Zone were the ones who talked about it. Let me see if I can find it. Cause there's an article about this. Oh, let me see what I have. I don't see it. Where's the Gray Zones? Hold on. Oh, the Gray Zone one was they were talking about the African leader who was killed. I do kind of want to cover that, but let me just look it up right quick. Article that says U.S. bombed Nord Stream. Did the U.S. really bomb? What is this? Am I sharing? Let me share to YouTube. Freak. I got a headache coming in. It says, did the U.S. really blow up Nord Stream pipelines? Where is it? There's an article on this. 2 weeks ago, 2 days ago. I want to say it was a New York Times article. Was it Seymour Hersh? I think it was Seymour Hersh who wrote the article. Was it for New York Times? Because I think that's important, if they freaking did it.
Yes, it's Seymour Hersh.
Okay. Was it New York Times that he wrote it in? Because he's an award-winning journalist, but this article they're saying is they're calling it bullshit. They're saying he don't have any evidence really. I'm looking for something that's worth the crap.
This guy is a legendary badass.
Yeah. So
this guy was the one that busted the U.S. killing the Vietnamese at My Lai. He exposed the torture of Iraqis at Abu Ghraib, and he also did something about he did a lot of stuff on Watergate. And I believe he was the one that exposed the CIA coup against Chile.
Yeah, so but this particular article, they're calling it bullshit. They're saying that yeah, he's an award-winning journalist, but he's off on this one. I find that really interesting.
Well, you remember I said that was going to happen at the first day they rolled in. I gave a prediction of what was going to happen, and it almost everything I said has happened so far. Actually, everything I have said has happened so far.
I don't see what I'm looking for. I got a 6-minute video from Gravitas. It's probably decent. Let's see.
Our next story is about Nord Stream gas pipelines. Nord Stream 1 and Nord Stream 2, the undersea pipelines run side by side for 750 miles to Germany. Both of them run through the Baltic Sea. Let me explain now why this is important and why we're talking about it tonight. Before Russia invaded Ukraine, Nord Stream 1 transported cheap Russian gas to Germany. Cheap Russian gas was a big boon for the German economy. Germany also retransported this gas to Western Europe. The Nord Stream essentially was a symbol of heavy European reliance on Russian energy. Nord Stream 2, which was completed in 2021, would double that quantity. But last time, an undersea explosion blew up the pipelines. Take a look.
Damn music.
But nobody claimed it. The US blames Russia for the undersea sabotage and Russia blamed the United States. But these were all wild allegations. Nobody offered any proof. But the United States was never happy. It had always detested the idea of Europe becoming hostage to Russian energy. But blowing up the Nord Stream was out of question, at least publicly. It would be an act of war against Russia. But now, almost 6 months down the line, we may have an answer as to what happened. All this courtesy Pulitzer Prize-winning American journalist Seymour Hersh. The report has now been picked by prominent publications, including The Times. And what does Hersh claim? Let me list it out. He says that the US hatched the plot to bomb the energy pipelines. He cites an anonymous source. And as expected, the White House has rejected the report, but several media outlets have picked up Hersh's claims. Let's look at some facts now. Let's revisit the path of the Nord Stream pipelines. The Nord Stream begins in Vyborg. This is a Russian port at the Baltic Sea. The Nord Stream passes through the exclusive economic zones of 5 nations: Russia, Finland, Sweden, Denmark, Germany. The Nord Stream ends at the German port of Greifswald. And as for the Nord Stream 2, it starts at the Russian port of Ust-Luga. It traces an almost similar route and it runs till Greifswald. So the subsea bombing of the Nord Stream happened near the Danish island of Bornholm. Coming back to the claims. According to Hersh, the entire operation was led by Jake Sullivan. He happens to be Biden's national security advisor. Look at the timeline on your screens. The planning allegedly began in December 2021. That's when the first meeting was convened in Washington, D.C. So who all were involved? Hersh claims officials from the CIA, the Joint Chiefs of Staff, State Department officials. After weeks of brainstorming, divers trained at the U.S. Navy's Savage Center in Panama City picked to execute the job. Why them? To avoid scrutiny from the US Congress and prevent any kind of leaks of the operation. It was a highly secretive mission. Once again, these are all Hersh's claims. Further, Hersh says that the entire operation was a multi-nation effort. The US enlisted Norway's help to fulfill the plan. But why Norway? Remember, it is a founding member of NATO. Its navy has excellent sailors. Norway supposedly took Sweden and Denmark in the loop. In fact, Hersh claims it was Norway which picked the bombing spot to provide cover from Russian surveillance in the Baltic. Hersh claims that the US divers planted the explosives during the Baltops 22 drills. Remember, these are annual naval drills in the Baltic Sea, and the multinational drills are led by the US Navy. The kills also countries. But the decision to detonate the bomb was good. That's what Hersh's report says. Yes, the explosives were sitting with Nord Stream for almost 4 months, from June till September. And then on 26th of September, the kaboom happened, so to speak. A Norwegian Navy's P-8 spy plane flew a routine mission over the Baltic Sea. It secretly dropped a sonar buoy near where the explosives were. Sweden and Denmark confirmed the undersea explosion. Meanwhile, the US reaction was sort of celebratory. Here's what the State Secretary Blinken said back then. It's a tremendous opportunity to once and for all remove the reliance on Russian energy and thus to take away from Vladimir Putin the weaponization of energy as a means of advancing his imperial designs. That's what Blinken said. Now, with these new revelations indicating a US hand in the bombing, Moscow has renewed its demand for an investigation. Listen in.
Of course, we have thoroughly studied Seymour Hersh's publication. There is nothing sensational and surprising in it for us. We proceeded on the basis that the United States and at least some of Washington's NATO allies were involved in this criminal act, which was an armed attack on one of the elements of peace of critical infrastructure.
But a bigger question right now is, will Germany and EU allies take Hersh's claims seriously? Moreover, will the revelations impact transatlantic ties? Whatever the scenario may be, we'll get you the story as it unfolds. WION World is...
So what do y'all think? Did the U.S. have anything to do with the bombing of the Nord Stream pipeline? It's like, it's kind of like when they're saying that Russia did it, that part really doesn't make sense, because what benefit would Russia have for blowing up their own pipeline? And it just shows how much BS they can pour into the American public through the media, and we just eat it up. You know, the Kremlin blew up his own pipeline. Like, okay, we don't know what really happened, right? But this guy, Seymour Hersh, he's a pretty damn prominent journalist, and he wrote an article saying that he thinks that's what happened. So, what do y'all think?
Sure, I believe from the evidence and what they were saying when it first happened would lead me to be skeptical and believe that the U.S. had a hand in it. And if it wasn't them, I believe it could have been one of our NATO partners that actually pulled off the attack. But I believe that we had our hand in it somewhere.
For sure.
I mean, just think about how the U.S. has been trying to get what I forgot. I heard this somewhere how they've been trying to get Europe and all of them to use our oil and buy oil from us for the longest of time, and them being reliant on Russia, that takes money out of our pocket, especially when they are our allies. And NATO, like, hey, we're your ally. We got, oil. Why don't you buy it from us?
Well, the issue with that is what I was explaining in one of the other shows is that the pipeline makes it much cheaper because you have to ship it, and shipping is expensive. So then that's gonna cause the price to be higher for the European, to get it from us. They're gonna have to pay a higher price because it's gonna cost to ship it. That's the whole point of the pipeline, is to keep the price low, because it flows through the pipeline. And then it makes sense for them to get it from over there because it's already over there. They don't have to move so far, But the United States, wants to weaken Russia as much as they can, break those ties that Russia has with Europe, And so it's a win-win for the United States, because we hopefully we get to sell them oil, and we also get to hurt Russia at the same time. Anyways, I got this Trump clip. Let me play this Trump clip. Am I sharing?
Well,
Yeah, it's Sharon.
has been than it is now. We need to clean house of the warmongers and America last globalists and the deep state, the Pentagon, the State Department, and the national security industrial complex. One of the reasons I was the only president in generations who didn't start a war is that I was the only president who rejected the catastrophic advice of many of Washington's generals, bureaucrats, and the so-called diplomats who only know how to get us into conflict, but they don't know how to get us out. For decades, we've had the very same people, such as Victoria Nuland and many others just like her, obsessed with pushing Ukraine toward NATO, not to mention the State Department support for uprisings in Ukraine. These people have been seeking confrontation for a long time, much like the case in Iraq and other parts of the world, and now we're teetering on the brink of World War III. And a lot of people don't see it, but I see it, and I've been right about a lot of things. They all say Trump's been right about everything. None of this excuses in any way the outrageous and horrible invasion of Ukraine 1 year ago, which would have never happened if I was your president, not even a little chance. But it does mean that here in America, we need to get rid of the corrupt globalist establishment that has botched every major foreign policy decision for decades. And that includes President Biden, whose own people said he's never made a good decision when it comes to looking at other countries and looking at wars. We have to replace them with people who support American interests. Over our 4 years in the White House, we've made incredible progress in putting the America Last contingent aside and bringing the world to peace. And now we're going to complete the mission. The State Department, Pentagon, and national security establishment will be a very different place by the end of my administration. In fact, just into my administration, it'll be a very different place, and it'll get things done, just like I did 4 years ago. We never had it so good. We'll also stop the lobbyists and the big defense contractors from going in and pushing our senior military and national security officials toward conflict, only to reward them when they retire with lucrative jobs, getting paid millions and millions of dollars. Take a look at the globalist warmonger donors backing our opponents. That's because they're candidates of war. I am the president who delivers peace, and it's peace through strength. There was a reason we had no conflict. There was a reason we didn't get into wars, because other countries respected us. I entirely built, all right from the beginning, rebuilt our military. It's a big reason for that. They didn't want to mess around with the United States, and now they're laughing at us. We could end the Ukraine conflict in 24 hours with the right leadership. At the end of my next 4 years, the warmongers and frauds and failures in the senior ranks of our government will all be gone, and we will have a new group of competent national security officials who believe in defending America's vital interests above all else. Thank you very much.
What do y'all think? How much do I believe him that he's gonna do all of this stuff? Not very much. Is he saying some good stuff in this? Yes, he is. And I do think that he would have an impact, like as far as maybe the Ukraine situation. But he said we stopped all wars, or we didn't have any wars while he was in the office. That's not true, And political season is coming around, so this is when the politicians start saying stuff that's good, But this clip says, "Leave it to Trump." What does this say? It says, you know, things are seriously effed up when Trump comes across as the sanest guy in American madhouse. And I think that's a good assessment right there. You know, because they just keep talking about, you know, we got to support Ukraine. We, no matter what, we have to stop by Trump, Putin, no matter what, da 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 da. So, but at what cost? You know, we could say that the it's wrong. We can say that that it's just Russia trying to regain the old USSR's empire. That's fine. We can say that. But at what cost are we going to try to keep from that happening? You know, at the cost of us having a full-scale war with Russia? You know, at what point do we get, you know, start talking about some kind of diplomacy? You know, at what point do we say, okay, enough is enough? Let's not escalate this anymore. And I think that's what Trump is saying here. And I think that, you know, if he was in there, because the Democrats are the ones, they're so war hawkish, you know.
Well, remember though, when Biden brought us back into NATO, he extended a verbal invitation to Ukraine that they had to freaking walk back twice. And that's what really, that was the straw right there that caused this whole thing going back on. Is because we'd been promising for years we wouldn't do that. And finally they said, look, man, we're tired of this pussyfooting around. You said it. You said you didn't mean it. So did you lie? Or were you making a false invitation? Which one is it? Are you going to insult Russia or are you going to insult the Ukraine?
You know, and are you gonna expand?
That's exactly where he was too.
And are you going to expand NATO? You know,
no matter what, you broke your word. You broke America's word. You broke NATO's word.
And Trump was the one who basically ended the war in Afghanistan too. And they wanted to say that was all embarrassing and, you know, and a bad thing.
He left a plan too that we withdrew over time and destroyed all of those arms and equipment and stuff that they, I mean, I'm sorry, right now, the biggest supporters of the Taliban's next 10 years of warfare is the American taxpayer. We put the weapons in their hands that's going to be killing people and oppressing people for the next 10 years to a generation.
And it's horrible what's happening in Afghanistan. The women, they can't go to school now.
Dude, before we were even completely out of the airport, the outlying villages, they were dropping off prophets and said, here's your new prophet for the village. You are now under Sharia law. He is the prophet. He is the man that dictates what the law is here now. And they promised that they weren't going to do that. And of course, they promised that they were going to allow women to go to schools and all that stuff. And yeah, we know what that was going to happen.
So,
sorry, man. I'm upset that our president got pantsed by a terrorist organization barely out of the freaking Stone Age on front of the world stage. That's why we got the problems we're having right now.
And so all of those years in Afghanistan, what did we accomplish?
Dude, we accomplished the exact same thing that we did to Russia by keeping them in Afghanistan and everything. For the 40 years before that, we freaking broke our country.
You know? And the Taliban was just hanging out and waiting.
I mean, the USSR broke up because they ran out of money and everything. a lot of it had to do with they were down in that war theater, throwing money at that. You know, the shell game we were playing with the Star Wars project, stuff like that. They finally said, screw this. There ain't nothing. We can't change any here. We could bomb them back to the Stone Age, and all they're going to do is go, upgrade. I mean, you know, so.
And what about us? What about the U.S.? Do you think it's possible that we could overextend ourselves like the USSR did?
We did. That's why 45 was getting us out of there. We were spending too much money in a war that had absolutely no ultimate benefit to us other than maybe a little more security in that region. And now we have been plunged right back into a proxy war, not an active war. Oh, by the way, I got a friend of mine that's on leave from active military, and anyone on leave or recently retired from active military is getting interesting phone calls from different organizations asking if they would like to work as transport guards and stuff like that in a soon upcoming project in a Eastern European country.
See, that's escalation.
There are recruiting. It could be they're recruiting for rebuilding. I mean, it's already public knowledge that BlackRock has already secured the contract to rebuild Ukraine.
Ukraine. Yeah, I was reading that, and
which means all those houses they bought here, when the housing market crashes, they get to keep them because they won't have to sell them to make their money back.
And I was reading an article where there was a Marine that's already died in Ukraine. Now, he wasn't
excuse me, not active duty.
Yeah, he wasn't active duty. I want to make that clear. But he was a U.S. Marine, and he did die out there in Ukraine.
I'm not gonna say that Trump is the answer, but whether you like him or you hate him, we were making some good strides. You know, at the end of
he was a really mixed deal.
Breaking up, but go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, we were making some really good strides with him, man. You know, people want to say, well, he did some corrupt things too. What president don't do some underhanded shit? What president don't push their own agenda, behind our backs? You know, but the thing was,
mind you, we should not be using that as a defense.
Well, yeah,
they all do it. They all do it. That's I mean, let's put that in excuse for cops. Yeah, we can't do that, but. Yeah, I agree and understand.
Yeah, and yeah, that's why I don't call Trump like a hero or whatever. But
the lesser evil is still evil.
Yeah. So but I like to point out when the truth. The things that people do. Like, he actually did get us out of Afghanistan. And in that ad, he's talking about peace, and it seems like he's the only one talking like that. Any, big, major politicians.
Well, see, when people are at war, only the military-industrial complex makes money. When we're not at war, the burst in technology doesn't go as fast. But more people make money. The money's spread out better. You got time to get people fed. You got time to get resources back to where they belong. You got time to stabilize your country and your society rather than keeping everyone at high anxiety level, World War III is coming kind of stuff. I lived through this in the 80s and stuff. This World War III any day. I had active nuclear war drills where we got under the desks and anything like that would do anything more than stop us from being incinerated in 0.2 seconds less.
I remember that too. I remember
But
that
see,
too.
it's the exact same drill, but now they call it active shooter drill. It's
Oh my
still
God.
about it's still about keeping the kids and the parents terrorized. Be afraid of something all the time. If we push
that's
your
how-
fear, we can make you afraid of what we want once we know you're afraid. All we have to do is take your fear and point it now.
And it's
kind of like
tool.
a gun.
It's a tool to control people. Let me play this clip. So China is talking, weighing in on this topic. Here, let me play this.
Wait, baby.
It says the
That's
U.S.
a fun
keeps
name.
saying that it wants to maintain peace, but in fact, it has made profit from war.
实际上却大发战争财。美国的军
American military enterprises have earned a lot of money from the war in Ukraine.
军工企业从乌克兰战场赚得盆满钵，良心何在？美方曾在阿富汗推
Will U.S. feel shame? The U.S. has pursued a policy of fighting to the last Afghan in Afghanistan.
行，要战斗到最后一个阿富汗人的政策。难道今天
Do they want to let Ukraine fight to the last Ukrainian today?
还要让乌克兰战斗到最后一个乌克兰人吗？
So that was a clip. This guy says China's foreign ministry spokesperson Wang Wenbin says the U.S. is profiting from the Ukraine war. What do y'all think?
Well, we know that if they wouldn't be sending. If they had no reason to gain any profit or any interest, will we be sending weapons?
Well, remember, we spent all this money. We're sending them all these weapons. Now, guess what Biden's going to have to do? He's going to authorize more funds to replenish the weapons that we sent over there, because now we don't have them. We need them, right? So now the companies and everything, they make all the profit for selling them, and now we're going to buy them again. Just a thought there.
Yep. So Biden is gonna be rich even when he in the ground, buddy.
It's those companies. It's those companies like BlackRock. I mean, you know, we know the names. You know, Raytheon.
Not just BlackRock, but the companies that actually build, that manufacture all our, defense.
Boeing, Halliburton. Though that's where the money is going. I thought I had some more on that topic, but I don't see it. Oh, okay, here we go. China.
You know,
China.
man, I've been thinking about the whole Nord Stream pipeline thing. I don't think we did it. I think we may have helped. I think we may have been involved indirectly. We may have paid some people. It may have been some BlackRock people that did it, but we wouldn't do it. We're too afraid to send them planes and tanks because of threatened escalation. If there is even the slightest chance that we might be proven or caught blowing that pipeline up, no way we would have done it.
I don't know, man.
Like I say, we things could have been hired, things could have been done, but no, I don't think it was a us decide. There is no traceable. They absolutely did it. Now you got to remember,
understand.
The writer guy has been wrong a lot too. He's made some hits.
I don't understand why a thorough investigation hasn't happened, and thoroughly explained what exactly happened after all this time.
Well,
That's a red flag.
Again, the buoy didn't get out there till after the explosion, so there's no way of doing stuff like that. Let's see. The White House has said utterly false, a complete fiction. Norwegian Foreign Ministry says no, that's false. I mean, a lot of the people that are supposedly involved are going, no. They're saying it was carried out by Navy divers. They're saying, oh, they put it there 4 months ago. I mean, there's a lot of stretching going on here to be verified, and all of us putting the weight on, oh, America did it, over one anonymous source.
Yeah, I can see how that would be problematic. But again, my argument is, where is the thorough investigation? They're not concerned with actually figuring out what the hell happened.
Okay, why would they be telling us what's going on in a thorough investigation right now?
It's been, how long has it been since this has happened? This is the kind of thing that always gets investigated. You always, what is
This
it?
is the kind of stuff. Yeah, and there's five countries involved in this.
And
They're probably still haven't figured out exactly which one is going to be the one allowed to lead the investigation. It's still caught up in committee, man.
Bureaucracy. I see, but I still call bullshit.
The investigation is moving at the speed of government.
Yeah, I call bullshit on that, because they should be.
Excuse me. Swedish or no, Norway actually would be the primary. It happened in their waters, right?
So it needs to be
it's the
sped up.
priority of the people that happen in their waters.
The longer it takes for it to come out what exactly actually happens, the more opportunity for escalation.
As opposed to convicting right off the way, saying America did it, like fucking, like they did with Rittenhouse.
Well, what I'm saying is, the longer it takes.
Yeah, but you at the same time,
the worse it looks.
Do you want them to jump to a conclusion? Do you not want it investigated, or do you just want to find someone guilty?
I don't think they want to investigate it.
Or not,
because they already know what happened.
They don't talk. You don't talk about an ongoing investigation to the public.
Yeah, I think they already know what happened, and that's the reason why there's no investigation happening.
And I still think I'm still going to stand back and say I don't think the U.S. was behind it, or direct, or there. I don't think the U.S. can be actively linked to the whole thing, except maybe in a situation of sounds like a good idea. I wouldn't suggest anyone to do it, but there may be a numbered bank account over there that I'm not going to pay attention to that can help it happen.
Exactly. That's the way we do everything, is through third parties, private contractors.
But it will not be. And I'm sorry, he won't sell a fucking plane to him. He won't sell them armed drones. He's not going to authorize something that could potentially we could be caught in.
And
of course, private military companies and stuff like that are a completely different situation. But again, that would have to be. See, that's where the Ukraine paid a unit to do it.
I don't think Ukraine has to, because I was reading about this, and it said this is a really complex operation. Like, you had to have state-of-the-art equipment to be able to pull this off. And I don't think Ukraine had access to that kind of stuff.
They have the loan of that kind of equipment. Anything that is not a weapon, they have access to.
Well, a bomb is a weapon.
The bomb is a bomb. I mean, it was obviously something that could last 4 months or longer underwater in deep pressure, and had some sort of time remote or communication switch.
And you
excuse
had to
me,
have you had to
I
have
can't
highly
really say
trained.
that.
You had to have highly trained
It it it
personnel. That's
it,
what I
it
was
can
reading
be
about it.
it
To-
can be the bomb itself can be done and stuff like that by amateurs.
no,
I'm not saying it was. It's the delivery with
that's
all the sensors and stuff around that is the question. The bomb can't tell us anything unless we can find fragments and stuff like that and trace its creation.
yeah. But what I'm saying is, the article I
But
was
crap, man,
reading.
I could make something that could excuse me, something could
But you,
easily be made that can do something like that.
but you couldn't get it down there. That's the problem. Like I was reading the article, it
No,
would
yeah,
it
that's what I'm saying.
it would take specially trained, divers or whatever the hell. I can't remember the verbiage that they used to be able to get down there and do that work. Like
I'll tell you
only a few that can knows how to do
I
it.
personally know 7 people that can.
This was way underwater, deep
Yes.
pressure.
Do you know how many underwater welders and divers are stationed in and out through Houston and Louisiana?
This is deep water. This is not regular underwater. This is deep
No,
water.
neither is underwater welding at the bottom of when you're
Yeah,
welding pipelines and when you're welding bottom of oil rigs.
yeah. Underwater welding, man. Those guys are deep. They're so deep when they come back up, they have to go in these certain chambers
They
for
work for
hours.
8 hours and then they're out of commission for like 3 to 5 days.
Yeah. Let me play some of this. I don't know if it's got a China. It says China is trying to broker a peace deal with Putin in this Ukraine situation. I don't know if it has a captions or what. Let me see.
Уважаемый господин Ван И, дорогие друзья, коллеги, мы очень рады видеть вас в России, в Москве. Перевод идет, все нормально? Yes, okay. Спасибо. Ну, прежде всего, хотел бы воспользоваться случаем, тем, что вы находитесь у нас, и в начале беседы вам передать самые наилучшие пожелания моему другу, председателю КНР, товарищу Си Цзиньпину.
Well, I apologize because I can't speak Russian. But the tweet, it says China is going to propose a peace plan for Ukraine crisis in the next few days. This was tweeted February 22nd. It says Council Wang Ji meeting with President Putin is a courtesy visit. Russia wouldn't have gotten a heads up on the details of the peace plan. Interesting. That would be China stepping in between the United States, because this is basically a proxy war, right? So then China's like, man, let's step in here and bring this to a close if we can. That's interesting, right? What do y'all think?
I'm not that versed on that. I think I'd let Doc handle that one.
Well, I'm not either, but the big players on the world stage is China, Russia, the United States.
No, we're it's that and everyone else. That combined Europe was an attempt to, that unified Europe was kind of an attempt to be the fourth big boy, but man, those guys just hate each other's guts and always have.
They're not very united. So France is a big player out of the group. But so you got this situation where we could see in the video that they're sitting down with Putin, and then they're saying that the point of the meeting is to try to bring an end to the Ukraine crisis. So then that's trying to figure out a way to broker some kind of peace deal. you know. And if China was to pull off something like that, then, you know, what would be the United States reaction? You know, and the United States has already been China, you know. So then it seems like, and you know, in the news, the balloons, we didn't talk about the balloon, the spy balloon, right? Supposedly spy balloon got lost or whatever and got shot down and all of this. You know, that's maybe related to this because
Oh, gee, I don't know. I don't know where our spy balloon went. The one that's got all the electronic radio devices and direct GPS satellite hookup. Where could it possibly be?
The story is that it wasn't a spy balloon. The media totally just took off on that and made it into something. And I think it's a distraction. And it's also just like, you know, the politicians jumped on it and was like, oh, this is serious. You know, China is surveilling us and all of this, da 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 da. So I think that that's kind of related to this. So it's like if China was able to somehow bring an end to the crisis in Ukraine, then that would automatically make the United States turn its attention to China.
We already are.
That's what I'm saying. We're pivoting.
No, we're doing joint maneuvers with the Australian Navy in the South China Sea. They've been going off and on for a couple of months now. Remember, I said they were going to start doing that. I was telling you about that months ago. Back when China started building airstrips and stuff, they started using dredging things to build islands and put airstrips on them through the South China Sea. They've got almost complete aerial control over the South China Sea now. And you got to understand, something like 70 to 80% of the entire world shipping goes through that area. And Taiwan is a major part of that area. And we all know China wants to bring baby back into the fold.
Man, I'm losing it. My freaking head is hurting. Oh, okay, here's a clip kind of related to this topic. Let me play this.
Closer to Russia than Russia moving closer to NATO is the reason that the Russian army is on NATO. The Russian army is at NATO's doorstep is because NATO has expanded rather than the Russians expanding. That, in other words, NATO has moved closer to Russia rather than Russia moving closer to NATO. Is that not an accurate way to look at this?
I think that's the way President Putin probably looks at it. It's certainly not the way that we look at it.
You don't think that NATO has expanded eastward toward Russia?
NATO has expanded,
Okay.
and the expansion has been a good thing for.
So the reason that the Russian army is at NATO's doorstep is not the fault of the Russian army. It's not the Russian army that's done it. It's NATO has moved closer to move
I'm pretty
east.
sure it wasn't NATO who was ordering, upwards of 15 battalion tactical groups to within 10 kilometers of the border with Ukraine, and I'm pretty sure it wasn't NATO who put little green men inside Ukraine to destabilize eastern
I'm pretty
states.
sure that Ukraine is not a member of NATO. So unless that's changed,
It's not
Okay.
changed, but I'm
So,
pretty sure the movement by Russia is
has
Russia's
NATO
decision.
if NATO is moved east, the reason that the Russian army is closer or on NATO's doorstep is because NATO moved, not
NATO
because
is not an anti-Russia alliance. NATO is a security alliance.
Unfortunately, for 50 years, it was an anti-Soviet alliance. So
What's
do you
the
not
Soviet
understand
Union
it? Do you not understand how, or can you not even see how the Russians will perceive it as a threat? And the fact that it keeps getting closer to their, I mean, the places where their troops are, you say their troops are, and may have been in Ukraine and Georgia, are not NATO.
I'm not going to pretend to know what goes in President Putin's mind or Russian military commanders. I mean, I barely got a history degree at the University of South Florida. What I can tell you is that NATO is a
Ouch.
defensive alliance. It remains a defensive alliance.
What do y'all think?
So glad that guy that could barely pass the University of Florida is in charge of anything.
and that he's proud to make that comment to as a rebuttal to the questions that he's having.
That hurt me as much as when AOC, after saying the phrase "occupation of Zion" about Israel, turned around and says, "Well, you know, I don't really know much about geopolitical things and stuff like that." Yet her major, she claims, is international business and finance.
Yeah,
that hurt me on that level.
Yeah. So, but I think that this guy is making a good point. It's a clearly obvious point that
No, man. Well, I hate that that repetition. Gotcha comment. It's like I hate that kind of shit. That's the kind of shit that ends up making me shred the guy talking to me.
Yeah, but it's a fact that NATO has expanded. That's a fact.
Yes, it's also a fact that Russia has expanded towards NATO borders. Russia has created proxy wars and things like that. The same thing that U.S. has been doing. Russia's been doing it since the 2014-15 areas. They've been moving in. It's a big picture kind of thing going on. I mean, we're concentrating on what's going on right now, but it's been going on for a while. And actually, Putin wasn't the one that started the expansion. Gorbachev did. That was the last one, right? Before Putin.
I want
the one before.
Don't give me the line, but Gorbachev. Yeah,
it sounds familiar. It might have been the one right after him. But
I think it was Gorbachev because that's when the USSR was still a USSR.
No,
okay,
no, that
yeah,
is a while.
You're right.
Yeah, Gorbachev was the
right.
one right after that. He was the one that says Glasnost. He was the one that says we want to open up the world to our realm to the west. And then the guy that came after him that said, "Oh no, this is not working good. Screw the West." Bam.
And he's the one who appointed Putin, basically. He was his right-hand man.
Somewhere, the guy right before Putin was the first one to start destabilizing nearby countries and reclaiming territory for the old Russian Empire. And then Putin, oh my God, if this guy was alive back in the 1700s, he would be leading armies on horseback, conquering territory in the name of old Rus to bring them back to the glory and power. I mean, he's that guy. And I'm not saying it's necessarily a crazy bad thing, but this is what the West does not understand. This guy is a medieval mofo. This guy is Julius in Pulp Fiction. This guy would rather send everyone to their maker than lose.
Yeah, so we don't want to escalate. Let's switch gears a bit. I was talking about how they have been coming for Medicare, Social Security, and Medicaid. And they're acting like they're not, but they are. And the rhetoric is getting bigger and bigger. I got a video on it here. Check this out.
So that would potentially sunset program Medicare, Social Security.
Let's talk about Medicare.
But Senator, hang on.
John.
So it's not a Democratic talking point. It's in the plan.
Entitlements ever be on your plate?
At some point they will be. That's actually the easiest of all things, if you look.
We should try to look at entitlements, look at restructuring Medicare.
What they need to be doing is looking at entitlements. Look at Social Security. Look at Medicaid. Look at Medicare.
Turning Medicare into a voucher system.
It's a really good start.
Our entitlement programs, there's no doubt that we have to wrestle this beast to the ground.
What's going on with the debt?
It's very disturbing, and it's driven by the three big entitlement programs that are very popular: Medicare, Social Security, and Medicaid. Hopefully, at some point here, we'll get serious about this.
I'm here right now to tell you one thing.
that you probably haven't ever heard from a politician. It will be my objective to phase out Social Security, to pull it up by the roots and get rid of it.
Tell me if you're willing to cut spending for Social Security.
I think everything has to be on the table.
So you are willing to cut?
Well, I think it's absolutely imperative.
What about Medicare?
I think it's absolutely imperative, whether it's Social Security, Medicare, or Medicaid.
What do y'all think? The debt ceiling argument.
I think that's a whole lot of clips that say absolutely nothing but negative and don't say anything about any kind of plan they have to replace or make it better. It's only showing the absolute most negative side of it.
Because they don't be having no plan. All they be talking about is spending. And you got the debt ceiling argument coming up. And that's
the Democrats are the ones spending. The Republicans are trying to stop spending or try to cut how much spending is done. And I'm sorry, but like I said, this is a very biased thing. This is a very biased situation going on right here. There is absolutely no nuance or anything. This is just slam Republicans.
And I don't disagree with you.
And it's not ingenuous because they're not saying cut this shit out. Okay, what you're doing right now is attacking them, just like back when everyone said defund the police. And that is exactly what they meant, was cut money from the police, period, in the statement. And that is now the exact same argument. Everyone's saying, oh, they're saying cut all money from it. No, they're talking about restructuring it so it will last longer. So it might actually be able to work.
Well, my argument is that this is the direction that they're going in, and they want to focus on Medicare, Social Security, and Medicaid, saying that that's the problem with our debt ceiling and stuff. But we're not talking about our military budget and the money that we're sending to Ukraine.
Okay, so neither side is talking about that, though.
So, but that's what I'm saying. I'm saying if you're worried about spending, then you want to attack the social programs. That's where you want to cut. You get what I'm saying?
You're worried about crime and you're talking about cutting the police budget. See, you're echoing, echo chamber. Come on, man. You are already jumped to the conclusion that all they want to do is cut it.
Because
that's not restructure. Everyone went to the automatic conclusion that everyone just wanted to cut all police budgets, not restructure them.
They've been trying to.
You are using the same argument as you are doing the exact counter argument to defund the police.
Since Reagan, they've been gutting social programs.
Okay, I want to know something. Are you okay with the fact that the Democratic Party took almost $50 million out of Social Security to fund the investigation to impeach Trump?
No, I'm not okay with that.
Are you okay that the Republicans took $45 million out of Social Security to convict Starr guy to prove that Bill Clinton got pleasure in the White House?
No, I'm not okay with that.
This whole thing, every side, Social Security has been one of their pet projects that they pull everything out of whenever they need money. And now they're saying it's destabilized. It's not going to work right. And it's not. And if they had left that money in there, it would have been gaining interest in working in bonds and all this long, and it would be much more sustainable. Now, both of them have caused this problem.
And I don't disagree with that. So, but then what happens to the old guy who relies on Social Security?
No, I am that old guy that relies on it. Remember, I lost everything in the pandemic, literally. Hundreds of thousands of dollars. I lost everything that I owned. everything for my retirement. All gone.
So they're talking about vouchers and voucher programs and means testing
And what does that mean? I mean, you're repeating that, you're spitting it out as a dirty word, but what does it mean? What are the programs that, at least they're talking about programs, trying to find ways to stretch the money and save it. What are Democrats doing? If it keeps on the way it's going right now, Social Security is going to run out of money somewhere around, I want to say 2035.
They're just gonna have to fund it. They pull money out of their ass to send it to Ukraine. They could pull money out of their ass and pump it into Social Security.
Well, there's a lot of things that they can do, but that's not what they're doing. And that's the whole situation going on. And this, I'm sorry, I want to see where you've got the left guys that are also attacking these things, that are saying restructure for this, that are saying that anyone that makes over a certain amount of income shouldn't qualify for these programs. Meanwhile, every single one of these people that are voting about this, talking about this, holding this as a fate over our heads, they have their own pension plan, they have their own medical care, and it works for them forever once that they've been an elected representative to Congress, Senate, or whatever.
And I completely agree with
They're
you.
not in the same business we are. They don't care if it succeeds or fails.
I completely agree with you. It's an attack on the American people, the regular folks, and it's bipartisan. And like I say, they've been gutting these social programs since Reagan, and it's been different. The White House has been flip-flopping back and forth.
It wasn't. Don't blame all this on Reagan. It started getting gutted before that.
Well, it got revved up in Reagan, but I'm not blaming Reagan. I'm saying that this is bipartisan. I'm saying that
He restructured social programs to infrastructure, and then wars started happening. And since then, we've been involved in all kinds of shit. But the problem is, we seem to get deeper into more expensive wars when the Dems are up there.
I think it's by design. Like I say, good cop, bad cop. And then, like I was saying, from what I was trying to say is from Reagan, as it flip-flops back and forth between the Republicans running the show and the Democrats running the show.
Please go back to right after World War II, because that's when it really started. Not in the 80s, back in the 50s.
Well, they actually started. They started some really good.
Cuban crisis.
They actually started
1974, well before Reagan, the Iran thing.
Well, they started some really good programs back then. That was good. The VA started back then, right?
VA was a result of the VA, if I'm not mistaken, was a result of I want to say the Vietnam War. No, actually, it might have been World War II.
Yeah, that's what I'm telling you.
I used to know all that, but you know what? If the VA is a glimpse of what social medicine is going to be like for us, I'm afraid.
Well, it's something.
Because they killed my freaking dad.
It's something that was when before there was nothing. My point is that they, regardless of if it's Republicans or Democrats in office, they continue to go down this road of gutting these social programs. Because if you really want to go back, then we got to go back to Teddy. Is it Teddy Roosevelt? When the Great Depression, when they started Social Security, when they started, a lot of these social programs that still go on to this day, that really did help people, and this guy was a Republican, right? But what I'm saying is, it got to a point where
it was the other Roosevelt,
Franklin Roosevelt,
the only man in a wheelchair who in modern day would never have gotten elected simply because he's in a wheelchair.
I don't know about that. You got Abbott, bro. Abbott has a good shot at he's gonna be a
No,
presidential
I'm
candidate.
talking Franklin Roosevelt until today's woke election, not up until maybe today, this day, he would have never got elected. Not in the 70s, 80s, 90s, 2000s, 2010s. He would have never got elected.
Well, they did a really good job with the pictures and stuff, making him look strong and stuff. He was having people.
Exactly.
Yeah, I've done a pretty good amount of history on that. But anyways, what I'm saying is they are going down this road of gutting the social programs and finding excuses to do that. Meanwhile, spending lots and lots of money on war, the budget for the military keeps going up every year. You know, this is all
And
coming out of the same pot.
that is never contested, bipartisan.
Bipartisan. And the budget continues to go up year
And
after
see,
year after year.
the social programs, the problem is they're fighting over there's only so much money they're going to give up to that. So they're fighting over where it goes. And with all this shit that is being pulled of this new green, this, that, and the other, there's less money for social programs. So what do you want? You want your green energy, or you want people to friggin' live?
I want people to freaking live, but they gotta stop spending all this money on they gotta stop spending this bloated ass military budget. That's where the focus needs to be, not on Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid.
Well,
we need that.
What was it in the early 2000s? One of the only things that we were number one in number of people incarcerated per capita. We were number one in military spending, where we spent more than the next 26 countries, of which 25 were our allies.
So come on, that's the
And
insanity.
this is there's a movie where Jeff Daniels is asked, what makes America the greatest country in the world? And he turns around and says, I don't know what you're thinking about, but we're not. And goes off and rattles some stats that at the time were very, very accurate. I would like to compare them to today's stats, though. I'll drop that clip. Next time I find that clip, I'll drop it to the mail list. It's one of those, it's like, dude.
Yeah, so freaking the point I'm making is the amount that they spend on Medicare, Social Security, and Medicaid don't add up to a fraction of what they're spending on the military. And where are our priorities? If we're talking about cutting, we're talking about being fiscally responsible, and we want to go after these programs that actually help people, American citizens. How many people rely on Social Security and Medicare? Like, they want old people to just die and shit? Like, this is some heartless ass shit. That's my point. We shouldn't even be having the conversation of having any kind of like, okay, making it better, yes. Cutting it, no.
Yeah, and then it's Social Security is overpopulated too, because you got so many young folks that are on Social Security. That for whatever reason they're on that. I mean, a lot of them do need it, but you got a lot of them that they've been on Social Security because their parents played the system, and now they're getting they're getting a check. So that's taken away from people that actually really need it.
Man, my freaking head is hurting and I'm freaking losing my train of thought. And I'm all over the place. I was thinking about that quote that Immortal Technique said about France. He said that, what did he say? He said France is the ones that they're copying. Doc, did you catch any of that where the Immortal Technique video I was playing with Anna?
No, I didn't catch anything before I actually got on.
There's a part where I really wanted to get to. I hate to go back to this, but my head is hurting. And he said what he was saying about France. Let's go back to this.
Sorry, I'm having.
I think this is.
I'm having problems with my VPN. I'm set up in Europe right now, so I'm having problems finding stuff.
War crimes are reprehensible, right? That this is all a nation. The whole world should band together, basically expel global economy, doing what the United States does on a daily basis. I want you to comment on this point, Felipe, because I hear this constantly. You know, you said that the US has expelled all of their political capital, right? About 9/11, terrorism. Now they've transitioned to another phase. They've been talking about humanitarianism for a long time, but now it's this liberal interventionism, human rights, liberty, freedom. That's what we're spreading around the world. And if it's not us, it'd be China. And isn't it better that it's us? I hear this constantly. Isn't it better that we're on top, that we're the empire? Because if it wasn't us, it would be a country that does worse things.
There's a saying, la révolution est dans la souffrance. Cherchez pour la trouver. The reason I said that is because the country that supports the most dictatorships is not China, it's not Russia, it's not even the United States, it's France. France supports the most dictatorships worldwide so they can have access to natural resources. So they've already mastered that. If anything, the Americans are just biting off the blueprint of what Europe did years ago. You want all the natural resources, but you don't want those people, right? If you don't want those immigrants in your country, stop invading those countries. Stop using their resources. Right? That would be the real boycott. They stop coming to this country and we stop making everything for you. Right? How about you can't live off us anymore? The reality is that Americans have no idea what the coffee and the orange juice that they really drink is worth. If we didn't have slave labor in this country vis-a-vis undocumented immigrants, then your orange juice would cost $10. But most of these people, this is again, goes back to the elites calling other people elites, whether they're liberals or whether they're conservatives, they don't understand any of that about working for a day. The principle that people don't understand about socialism is that it's just workers controlling means of production. And that's a fundamental basis. The other problem that people don't recognize is that capitalists and communists agree about one specific point, that there's only two classes. There's the working class and there are people that control the means of production. There has never been a middle class. The middle class is a manufactured fantasy. And COVID taught you that because you're not worth any money. You're worth negative $800,000 and you all had to sell your fucking houses and your cars.
But people are in denial. They think that they're millionaires in the waiting and they reflexively reject any sort of collectivism.
I mean, I think the sort of lottery mentality that's been pitched to people is catchy. You know, if you come here, you can win the lottery. If you work really hard, you can win the lottery. And when you go to business school,
go ahead.
We were talking about Nord Stream pipeline and stuff like that. You need to play the video that I just sent you from February of 2022. Because I might actually be wrong in what I said about I don't think Joe had the balls to do it.
Yeah, I know what video you're talking about. I think I played it in a previous
Where I sent the shortest one I could find. It was Reuters, and it's about a minute long, and it's where he says, "If then."
I played that in a previous show. I know what you're talking about because he was saying, we'll take care of it. That's what he said in the clip. He said, don't worry about it. We got it. It won't be a problem or whatever. It's like insinuating that,
No, he said, if then. It's the clip that cuts it where, if they invade, there will be no pipeline.
Yeah. I played that in a previous video. But I want to hear your comments on this right here. What he just said about France. The idea of communism. Shit, you just broke my brain, my train of thought. Let me take it back a little bit.
Stop one country from the global economy for doing what they uniquely. I want you to comment on, Felipe, because I hear this constantly. You said that the U.S. has expelled all of their political capital, right? About 9/11. Now they've transitioned to another phase. They've been talking about humanitarianism for a long time, but now it's this liberal interventionism, human rights, liberty, freedom. That's what we're spreading around the world. It's not us. It'd be China. And isn't it better that it's us? I hear this constantly. Isn't it better?
Isn't it better that it's us? That's what I hear a lot too. It's like it would be worse if China, China's gonna do worse.
Better that we're on top, that we're the empire, because if it wasn't us, it would be a country that does worse things.
There's a saying, la révolution est dans la souffrance. Cherchez pour la trouver. The reason I said that is because the country that supports the most dictatorships is not China, Russia, even the United States. It's France. France supports the most dictatorships worldwide so they can have access to natural resources. So they've already mastered that. If anything, the Americans are just biting off the blueprint of what Europe did years ago. You want all the natural resources, but you don't want those people, right? If you don't want those immigrants in your country, stop invading those countries. Stop using their resources, right? That would be the real boycott. How about they stop coming to this country and we stop making everything for you, right? How about you can't live off us anymore? The reality is that Americans have no idea what the coffee and the orange juice. If we didn't have slave labor in this country vis-a-vis undocumented immigrants, then your orange juice would cost $10. But most of these people, this is again goes back to the elites calling other people elites, whether they're liberals or whether they're conservatives, they for a day. The principle that people don't understand about social.
So working for a day, and then the immigrants, and working for free, and the cost of the orange juice, he's making a absolutely fantastic point here that I'll be trying to make all the time. He articulated it better than I could. That we want the immigrants to be illegal so that we can exploit their labor, so that we can go get orange juice for $1.99 or
No, we
avocados.
No, we don't. We want them to be legal so we can tax them.
That's not true. That's the narrative. The truth is, if
I'm hearing capitalism bad, liberalism, socialism excuse. I'm using my actual reason why I have problems with illegal immigration is They should be taxed. They should, if they want to be here, they should contribute to the country just as the same way.
Yeah, so but I don't disagree with that. What I'm saying is the corporations don't want that. They want them to be illegal so that they can exploit their labor. They can wait to the end of the season and call ICE, not pay them nothing.
I'm just
That's what
a whole lot of pointing finger gymnastic kind of stuff going on with that, and a lot of like I said, let's see, let's get some more documentation of that instead of just I'm saying this.
I've been saying this forever. It's been my same argument forever.
And yeah, well, that's just it. I know it's happened here and there and stuff like that, and some people have been caught and they've been handled and stuff like that. But yeah, it's like you're saying it's widespread to the 20-40 million people. And I'm on the other side because I have watched and been trying to and been part of the fight to, especially these kids that have been raised here and literally don't know their home, don't know their culture, don't know their language.
And they're Americans.
Yeah, in my opinion, they freaking are. I don't understand why they're trying to call them dreamers and shit like that. They don't need green cards. They need IDs.
Yeah. Well, if you don't have IDs and you don't have green cards, then you can be exploited.
Well, I said ID. That's racist because for some reason getting IDs is racist.
And that's how
for voting.
That's how you come over here and you work in a restaurant in the kitchen and you get paid cash under the table, and they can pay you whatever the hell they want to pay you, and you can't say shit.
That's the shit we need to come down on.
That's what I'm saying. Is this not widespread? Is it not in every restaurant that you've ever worked in? Huh? That's every restaurant.
No, it is not.
95% of them.
If my restaurant did that, I would fucking report him myself.
How do you not know that it's not happening in the restaurant that you're working in right now?
Because I'm not a dumbass. I listen, talk, pay attention, and figure that shit out. Because I don't want to be the one without a job when that shit comes down.
You're not gonna lose your job. It would, if something came down, it would be all the people in the kitchen that would be fired.
Hey, I'm a dick. I've reported people before.
So does this happen at chain restaurants?
Yes.
Major chain restaurants.
Yes.
99% of the time there, they've got their paper. See, that's just it. They've got their paperwork. What can the chain really say?
Then they don't dig because they don't want to.
Now, here's the thing I had to do. I had to report. I was at a chain restaurant. I was a bar manager in a Bennigan's. I had to report the fact that 3 people in the restaurant had the exact same social security number, but different names.
See? Exactly. That's how it's done. One of the ways. And I want to play this next little part because we was having our socialism communism argument that got real heated. He explains it really well right here. Let me play this.
Oh no, I have no argument with it at all.
Just
it's a non-conversation for me now.
Well, check it.
Workers controlling the means of production. And that's the fundamental basis. The other problem that people don't recognize is that capitalists and communists agree about about one specific point, that there's only 2 classes, that there's the working class and there are people that control the means of production. There's never been a middle class. The middle class is a manufactured fantasy. And COVID taught you that because you're not worth any money. You're worth negative $800,000 and you own houses and your cars.
People are in denial.
Go ahead. What, you was gonna make a comment?
No. No.
think that they're millionaires in the waiting, and they reflexively reject any sort of collectivism.
I mean, I think the sort of mentality that's been pitched to people is catchy. You know, if you come here, you can win the lottery. If you work really hard, you can win the lottery. And when you go to business school, they'll tell you something very honest. They'll say, hey, if you made $1,000 from the day that Christ was crucified until today, you still wouldn't have a third of Bill Gates' money. So is it really working hard? Is it you got to come here and work hard, or do you have to come here and find a residual income and then build on your own and then plan your family and then do things like that? That's what you want to do. Then why didn't you tell me to do that in the first place? No, you sent me to these wonderful liberal institutions. I went to one of the best schools in New York City. I went to college school. My sister went to Bronx Science. My cousin went to Stuyvesant. My other cousin went to Brooklyn Tech. In none of the genius academies did they ever give us any economic education. And they didn't even tell us not to get the credit card that charged you 30% out of the university that you ended up going to give you a free t-shirt. So fuck you. That's how I feel about them. They didn't do their job. They didn't do their job. And it's not the teacher's fault, because I'm sure they wanted to. But you only get $250 of tax break as a teacher for buying supplies. It's a disgrace. You know, as much as they want to fund cops, you need to fund teachers in this country. You need to give them that, because obviously right now they're fighting a war against ignorance and they're losing. In the same way, sister, that I'm writing an album called The Middle Passage.
Okay. I have a clip on Baltimore, I want to say. The kids can't read. What is it?
Hey, you know me. I am behind teachers. I am behind educators. I also agree, I don't think that teachers need a $250 tax credit for buying supplies. They need a 100% credit for any reasonable supplies needed for their freaking classrooms. Some of the money that goes from supplies and stuff, you know, at least 90% of the stuff should be provided to the kids, at least up through 6th or 7th grade. I mean, yeah, this is where I start breaking with some people. Oh, you're a little socialist there and stuff. It's like, no, man. Education isn't about socialism. It's about the future. Social programs are not socialism. They are making sure that the people in your country can live, thrive, and become better. And that isn't all of us thing. And that's not socialism. That's common freaking sense.
And it's all of us.
That is the responsibility of leadership. If you want to be our father and our mother, if you want to take care of us, if you want to be the fatherland, then be a father.
Because we all suffer. We all suffer.
Give us the support and framework that we need to do more, to do better, to thrive.
If the kids don't know shit, we all suffer. What are they going to do? Turn into criminals? And then they're going to be the same ones robbing you.
I have very interesting ideas for an anti-socialist, anti-communist.
Check this out. It says, not a single student is proficient in reading or math at 55 Chicago schools report.
Oh, Chicago. That's where Lori Beetlejuice chick is the mayor, right?
I want to say. And the other report I was seeing,
you know, she's in the headlines right now. She was in the headlines earlier tonight. I don't know exactly what it's about. I think she's up for re-election or something like that. That might be something we want to look at.
And another one I saw was in Baltimore. A story came out with the kids. They can't read and write, graduating school. Dr. Boyce Watkins posted this. His caption, he says, "This is why the public schools cause trillions in black wealth to be lost, because they prison the minds of your most valuable asset, your children. In 55 Chicago public schools, not one student met grade level expectations in either math or reading during a 2021-2022 school year, according to a Wiredport report. Out of 649 Chicago public schools, 22 schools have 0 students who met grade level expectations for reading, while no students were proficient in math in 33 schools during the 2021-2022 school year, according to a Wireport's report. The data analysis is from the Illinois State Board of Education annual report, which details how schools within the state are performing. Oh, man. Let's do something light. Freaking Don Lemon. Y'all heard about Don Lemon? I wanted to cover this.
He fucked up so gloriously.
Yeah, let's
Oh
talk
my
about
God.
Don. Let's talk about Don for a minute because that's funny and it's light.
He just proved he's the caveman.
It's so funny to me. So, am I sharing this? No, I'm not. Hold on.
Hey, A. Smith, good comment. Chucker, please recognize him.
Okay, yeah, let me put it up. I saw it. I just now seen it. He says, I hope you're doing great, King. Peace and love. Peace and love. Thank you, man. I'm trying to feel better. I got a bit of a headache right now. I got a cold I'm fighting. I'm eating some like peppers. I think it's helping a little bit right now. Anyways, Don Lemon. This is light, so we can get off the heavy, because we probably would have went on a tangent on the communism thing. That always gets heated. But look, Don Lemon. It says Don Lemon acts from CNN morning lineup for Monday's show as his future as co-host hangs in the balance. So, if y'all didn't know, he made a comment about women, a specific politician, not
Women in or out of their prime.
Yeah. And me and Pat was talking about this on the phone, and I was like, out of all of the stuff this guy has done, this is gonna be what does him in. Because they already moved him from, he was in a prime time spot, and they moved him to that morning show, and now it looks like he's kicked off the morning show after this comment. And then he was all crying, talking about, well, they're blaming me for the CNN ratings being bad, and yada yada yada. They're using me as a scapegoat.
Yeah, he sucks.
Oh, it's this one. It says he'll return. That's 4 days ago. An apology. Let's see. Where's the comments at? Is it right here?
He was allowed to go, that was dumb. I'm sorry, guys. Because, well, he's on the right side.
I think it's so freaking hilarious to me. Let's see if we can find the clip. The Hill. Did they explain it? This is 8 minutes. Hold on, I'm looking for the freaking clip where he says what he says. Let me see. This is The Hill. They might have done a good job. Am I sharing?
In some of their shady business dealings.
Right.
That's why we're
There is
concerned about Biden.
No evidence of that so far. I understand you have questions
Well, we have
about
evidence that they've influenced Peddle, that they've always used the Biden.
but not in relation to the classified
We don't have any
documents.
evidence of the classified documents, but we're investigating that.
Congress, we're out of time. Unfortunately, hearings this week. Thank you for taking time to join us.
Thank you for having me.
All right. Thank you. That's going to be the time that we're in. Things out there.
Real interview.
Citing sources, like citing the New Post as a credible source, saying that facts are. It's just I can't believe that.
Caitlin, that was a great interview. All right, moving on.
Anyway, well, now moving on because listen, it's a big issue when it comes to the American. Hold on, please, with the music. American people. The American people are going to have to suffer through all of this stuff, from deniers to people who facts. We don't have a shared reality. And stage two, people like Marjorie Taylor Greene, an election denier, conspiracy theorist, a QAnon sort of influencer, support representatives. It's a sad day for America when that happens, and it's a sad time for us when we have to deal with that.
And I also think, and that was the point I was trying to make, is why it is critically important to constantly and in real time fact check, right?
Yeah.
And say, but for example, Merrick Garland appointed the special counsel, as Caitlin said, for both Trump and Biden. Are you going to treat these things the same?
Same as going back to a special counsel. I'm not sure if it's the same kind. You and I were talking about it for Bill Clinton when it came to Ken Starr. Was that effective and what it's not? But I think there should be equal treatment by all. If you're going to appoint a special counsel for the former president, then you should appoint one for the current president and possibly for the current the president and what have you. So here we go. We'll be right back.
Ooh, cringe. CNN released a statement to mediate about the alleged tensions between the show's hosts. It reads, "The Post account is widely overblown and 2 months old. Don, Caitlin, and Poppy were friends before they were co-anchors, and they remain friends today."
No, I have to stop you here, Brianna. This can't go on. I have to give a special the lies of the.
You have to put your Don Lemon glasses back on. They're similar.
He's well dressed, man. I like the suit combo.
That wasn't the interchange though, where he said that the chick was past her prime. Where the hell is the clip? He said they're past their prime, and then that's really what did him in. And him being a gay guy saying a woman is past her prime, that was just like too much for them to handle. Like they was like made that dude go on vacation for a couple of days.
Don't undermine the integrity of the segment that we just played.
Man, I can't freaking find it. I'm sorry, y'all. Where the hell is the clip?
I'm trying to find one that's not going to get you busted for copyright. I got about 7 of them up. Here we go. Independent.co.uk. You got link coming. Or hold on. Oh, damn it. Hold on. Give me just a second. No.
I think it's so funny that he.
It was great, dude.
That this is the comment that's got him in trouble. Like, it's hilarious to me. I'm on the Facebook page. You're sending it through Messenger?
Yeah.
'Cause I can't find it.
That last one I just sent you, the one above that, is all the country's statements of what they think about whether or not we did that pipeline thing.
Yeah, I see that one.
Yeah, if you highlight over the flag, it tells you what country, and then it tells you what their statement so far is. That's another one of those sites that I use, Eurotopics.net.
Oh, okay. I see the Don Lemon one. That's the one I want. Okay, hold on.
Yeah, it's short. It's only a couple minutes. It's only like a minute.
Yeah, because it was just a quick comment that he
just
made.
What we need to. That's all it takes nowadays.
Oh wait, it's an article.
There's a video link in the article.
It's freaking loading forever. Okay, it's playing. What, we don't have sound?
Well, I think that me uncomfortable. I said, this whole talk about age makes me uncomfortable. It's the wrong road to go down. She says people, politicians or something are not in their prime. Really isn't in their prime. Sorry.
Shit. Why is it loading? I got too many screens
Oh,
open.
talk about age makes me uncomfortable. I think it's the wrong road to go down. She says, politicians or something are not in their prime. Nikki Haley isn't in her prime. Sorry. When a woman is considered to be in her prime 20s and 30s and maybe 40s.
What are you
That's not
talking?
that's not a thing.
Prime for what?
It depends. I mean, it's just like prime. If you look it up, if you Google when is a woman in her prime, it'll say 20s, 30s, and 40s. Not necessarily
40s. So I gotta know.
So I think she has to be careful about saying that politicians aren't in their
I think
prime.
we
and
need
they
to qualify. Are you talking about prime for like childbearing, or are you talking about prime
I'm
for
just
being
saying what the
president?
facts are. Google it. Everybody at home. When is a woman in her prime? It says 20s, 30s, and 40s. So I'm just saying Nikki Haley politicians are not in their, and they need to be in their prime when they serve, because she would be in her prime according to Google or whatever it is.
And they walked off. The co-host walked off. The rest of that clip, they walked off and left because they were disgusted with his comment. Got him in that comment. That's the one. Got him in big freaking trouble. Really, really funny to me. Can't talk about women and being in their prime or not. That's off limits.
If he doesn't get rolled by the machine, then anytime someone says something that's dumb on the right, we need to go, hey, man, Don Lemon. I mean, you got to give him everybody says dumb stuff once in a while, especially in the middle of live things. I think it was hilarious. It was completely like a perfect example of what would I do if I was what would I do if I was the kind of people that I attack on a daily basis? Caveman, misogynist, he just became an ist, and it really bothered him.
But see, he's and he's a gay man. I think that made him feel like he could comment and it passed, Let's play his apology. Let's play his apology. Hold on.
He's back.
Morning, everyone. Don and Eric here in New York.
Don Lemon returned to CNN this morning and said not a word about the storm of controversy around him.
Let's walk you through.
His only reference to the scandal when he posted an apology on Twitter just before the start of his 6 a.m. morning show. To my network, my colleagues, and our incredible audience, I'm sorry. I've heard you. I'm learning from you, and I'm committed to doing better. See you soon. The controversy erupted over his crack about presidential hopeful Nikki Haley, who questioned President Biden's age.
This whole talk about age makes me uncomfortable. I think it's the wrong road to go down. She says people, politicians or something are not in their prime. Nikki Haley isn't in her prime.
Interestingly, Lemon's age surfaced when he jumped in the air during a segment today on how your health is affected by your work week.
There you go.
Are you getting too old for that?
Yes.
Hilarious. I get in trouble for playing that Inside Edition, but whatever. The story to me is freaking hilarious, man. So funny.
What the hell? We lost him?
My bad. Can y'all hear me?
Barely.
Yeah, there you go. We got you.
Man. I was rolling laughing. Deuce, had you heard about the Don Lemon thing? They get
Yeah, I'd heard about it. Yeah, it popped up on Apple News on my phone and shit. Now I just laughed about it. Like I don't care much for the dude anyway.
and CNN is on their way out. I was talking to Pat on the phone. He said Don Lemon might be done. He said CNN is the only network that would give him a shot anyways. Like if he was to get axed off of CNN, then where the hell would he go work?
Dude, there's a half a dozen online broadcasters that would easily pay him some money.
Yeah.
He's gay, he's mixed, he's left. That's three out of 5 right there to pay him some big money.
On a major network?
Hell, who needs a major network? I mean, you got to realize how much people like Crowder make, Ben Shapiro, Daily Wire. I mean, they got some money flow. Joe Rogan. Not saying he'll be that big, but hey, man, if you're a tenth as big as one of them are, you're still pretty set.
Yeah. And that's where it's going. I mean, it's the major news, or they're all really kind of dying. I mean, Fox is the only one that's doing good. CNN is in the dirt, and MSNBC is hurting bad. Tucker Carlson's show is pretty much the only one that's, and he's carrying Fox.
So's the Gutman. He's doing a lot of carrying too. If you look at the two main Fox News, the Gutman guy that talks with the little panel, and Tucker Carlson, if you sit back and think about them being news entertainment and less news, like, you know, they go and they talk this stuff there, but if you were to meet them at the bar, they would laugh with you about that and talk just as much other stuff too.
Yeah.
Then you realize that, you know, you can tell sometimes Tucker is about to crack himself up. I mean, you've seen him suppress a laugh at his own role before because he knows he's being preposterous.
It's entertainment, and that's what he does.
He wants to say something just dumb enough to make you go, "What? Huh? Hey, I gotta find out about this." And you do, and you go and look into it. Or at least that's what he does to me. He makes me look into things because, you know, you can't take him all the way 100. You got to find out what he's making fun of.
Yeah, man. He's entertainment. It's not really news. It's really just entertainment.
Yes.
And so you have to watch it for that.
But he points me toward headlines, which is a good thing too.
Freaking fracking fruck. Let's do this one last story right here. The gray zone. I think you guys will like this. The guy, the African guy who died mysteriously, and more than one, and it was related to after COVID, and it's these guys are they're going to walk on eggshells on this, but you can read between the lines on what they're saying here. This guy disappeared and then he had a heart attack. It's really suspicious. This is the last story I want to cover because I'm getting tired, and I really need to study for a test I have on Tuesday, and I work tomorrow night. So I need to do some studying like in the morning before I go to work. Let me play this.
when we saw John Magufuli, who was hard success, getting control of his mix, for EV batteries, and Magufuli, it wasn't right away. He was elected in 2015, and he was so liked in Tanzania at first that CNN and BBC, everyone celebrated it. They even CNN even reported that there was a new word in the Tanzanian lexicon called Magufulify, and it was to have it over here. It was to render their inaction cheaper or faster and deprive public officials of their capacity to enjoy life at taxpayers' expense. So, all the way in Tanzania, thousands of miles away in the U.S., CNN is talking about how much Tanzania likes their new president because he's getting rid of corruption, he's changing the country, and then little bit shortly he was getting rid of too much corruption, he was changing the country too much. He got rid of a few Gates-funded GMO projects and kicked Gates out of the country and ended up actually outlawing GMO production because it was all Western technology in the country for good. And then the pandemic happened, and he refused to buy the vaccines from COVAX. He talked bad about the PCR test. He didn't believe that it was too useful in detecting coronavirus.
And didn't he stage a kind of public stunt to mock the PCR test where he?
On state television they did a COVID test on I think it was a pawpaw, which is like a fruit, and motor oil, and they all came back positive. It was like, we're not going to shut down the economy because of these tests. They obviously aren't working correctly, and the media did not like that. And on top of that, he was nationalizing his green, quote unquote, green mineral wealth in the country. And he actually signed a law that discounted and ended any past mineral contract with a mining giant before he became president. So he had full reign to rewrite the contract. And he also fined Barrick and a K2 Western mining giant billions of $190 billion in some cases for not paying their taxes and for poisoning Tanzanian waterways. So they were really, really upset with him, and they had the big in the world in Tanzania. And so there's tons and tons of Western mining giants who wanted to get their hands on this, and they knew how important it was, green electrification and the fourth industrial revolution where everything has to be digitized. And it was this nationalization where he forced these companies to have partnerships with government, the federal government. And if they didn't want to, they have to leave. He was really nationalist. And, we would see these articles coming out while this was happening. Oh, this guy is crazy. He's too Tanzania first. Even the Center for Strategic, what is it?
SIS.
Yes. They mentioned, they obviously don't like him. And they mentioned he's liked by Tanzanians because he says that his country was taken advantage of by imperialists since they gained their independence. And
this is a intelligence-tied think tank in Washington, very connected to the Pentagon, the intelligence apparatus, and here they are basically putting a target on Magufuli's back.
And so he's doing all these things that go against the World Economic Forum and Western mining interests and corporations, and also during the pandemic, all the pharmaceutical interests, and he didn't shut down his company. His country. And then he was reported missing, and then he was dead. I'm not saying he was offed or assassinated, but it is interesting when you have an African leader doing all these things against the interests of the United States and Western corporations simply disappear and die in the middle of his policy changes.
Talk more about that. He's said to have died of a heart attack, but he disappeared.
It was mysterious. He was supposedly missing for about 2 weeks, and then they were like, okay, he had a heart attack, and then the media couldn't really get their story straight. It was he had a heart attack, but he had COVID. And while this was happening, his main political opponent in the country, who used to work for the World Resources Institute, which is a giant, green energy lobbying firm, mining lobbying firm, was saying when he was still alive, supposedly was saying he's dead, putting out all of this misinformation. So the whole thing was a very interesting saga with his path, and his vice president was put into power. She's since allowed Western mining corporations more control than Magufuli did, which is, I guess, not surprising, which is unfortunate for the Tanzanian people. And she also brought in Tony Blair to be their special assistant envoy on climate change mitigation, which includes which mining interests, which is an interesting, he dies and then they bring in, the biggest hawk, Tony Blair. So it's a sad story.
And the Magafuli's president also had some relationship with Bill Gates. Am I right?
Yeah, no, she comes when, and when she was at the UN, she did give money and take money from the Gates Foundation and enact a few partnerships between, food initiatives and the Gates Foundation. And then she became the president after the current president was kicking out Gates. So it's all very interesting timing.
Yeah, so here you have the CSIS again, this spook think tank in Washington. 1 year of Tanzanian President Hassan, what's changed? And here you can see her getting the jab, getting the mRNA jab.
On television, as soon as he died.
As soon as he died, she's kind of like, we're going to be injected with lots of foreign investment. So marks the 1 year anniversary of Tanzanian President Samia Suluhu Hassan's inauguration, and her, they're clearly celebrating her. They're saying, how would President Hassan handle Tanzania's reputational fallout from 5 years of Magufuli's autocratic rule? Meaning his reputation among CSIS and people funded by Bill Gates, and because his reputation in Tanzania compared to any other African presidents was practically peerless. His approval rating was massive. He was a national hero.
Yeah, I mean, it's really interesting to see them say autocratic rule when you have BBC, the sphere of Magufuli's presidency, saying that actually has a 96% approval rating. I mean, that's crazy, and that's coming from Western media. So to say it was autocratic, it's just doesn't line up with what the Western media said before.
And a number of African leaders died early on in the pandemic of mysterious deaths who were not going along with the program. Is that correct?
Yeah, we had deaths, and we also had people driven from power and replaced with either someone else in a different party in their country. But I believe it was Burundi. Am I correct?
Burundi.
Yeah. So you had Tanzania's Magufuli, you had Burundi. These were the two countries, I believe, on the entire continent that didn't order any COVID vaccines from Bill Gates's COVAX. So the fact that the two presidents that didn't order any vaccines from COVAX, died. Unfortunately, they passed away, whether it was a heart attack or whether it was COVID, within the same, half a year, when there aren't many deaths of presidents in Africa going back or going forward since then. It's definitely interesting timing. It's something to think about.
Yeah, it is. And Eritrea, also a target of US empire, target of invasion. I'm not saying that invasion has anything to do with it, but it never enacted a mass vaccination program at all or around COVID. Following the wishes of its citizens, and that's consistent with just Eritrea's general position on issues like foreign debt and maintaining independence. And I was going to pull up a New York Times because it was kind of like the perfect epilogue to the whole Magufuli saga, which is that Africa is experiencing low COVID death rates and no one knows why. They're doing very well without having engaged in lockdowns and mandates and mass vaccination. Kind of an article that all of the hysterical professional left-wing activists who were howling about vaccine apartheid basically being
vaccine equity, vaccine apartheid. This was a very interesting time on the left, where you had these supposed self-proclaimed anti-imperialists and leftists saying that these countries in Africa, they need to be injected with this highly profitable product that's made by a Western corporation that's broken the law hundreds of times. So it was an interesting and unfortunate time in political discourse. But you had these countries, we heard vaccine equity and vaccine apartheid, but in the countries, you were seeing, country after country, they would finally get their vaccines from COVAX, or they would get their COVID aid, which included vaccines. They would open up their vaccine centers, and they would say, there are nurses or vaccine people who give the vaccine sitting idle with no patients. The people in Africa, I'm not going to speak for all African people, but there are many, many nations in Africa where they had vaccine access, but there was literally no demand or uptake.
Yeah. And then you had Martinique, a French colony in the Caribbean, actually stage an armed rebellion against Macron's vaccine mandate. Vaccine centers were burned there. French special forces were called in. For some reason, the left took no interest in this anti-colonial rebellion.
These people were like, they were into like QAnon or something.
Yeah. Well, that's what French liberals said about them. They tried to compare them to DeSantis's Florida. And I think they had some racist term for them in France, like black rednecks, because they wouldn't go along with it. Here's science.org. The pandemic appears to have spared Africa so far. Scientists are struggling to explain why. Meanwhile, you had these groups like the Progressive International with their beautiful Helvetica website calling for vaccinating everyone in Africa in order to end the pandemic. They didn't understand how science worked.
So here in New York, just to add this, to close the conversation, they had die-ins in front of Pfizer, where they said, free the vaccines, free the patents, give the vaccines to all these countries in Africa, and they would just lay dead in front of Pfizer, saying, it was very anti-revolutionary, but they thought it was, the most progressive cause. It was send vaccines to Africa, even though that they don't have any liability and
they want. No one seemed to know the cautionary tale of John Magufuli or why. And
we're still talking about this. We're talking about 18 months after it happened, and it's still interesting. It was it's almost like people have that it was in the war almost, mysteriously die during COVID, and nobody blinked, especially on the left. And so we're talking about it now months later. But when it actually happened, it was really not a peep from the people who you would think would be all over that.
Very, very suspicious. Very suspicious. The caption, it says, journalist Jeremy Lefrado joins the Gray Zone, Max Blumenthal, to discuss the unusual death of the hugely popular and nationalistic Tanzanian president John Magufuli. After fighting for control over his country's nickel deposit and challenging the World Health Organization's pandemic dictates, Magufuli disappeared, only to be pronounced dead 2 weeks later. He was replaced by an acolyte of former British Prime Minister Tony Blair. And I don't know if you guys can really get that, but that is something. Let me read some comments. It says, arguably the only honest statement in recent years, scientifically minded and apparently incorruptible, my deepest respects. Time Tanzania is such a great place with wonderful people. It pains me to hear about this. Another comment says, he was one of the good leaders in Africa, and it was obvious from the moment his death was announced what actually happened to him. As soon as the vice president took office, the magic shots flooded right in. Another comment, it says, imagine being an enemy because you care about your local community first. Insane. This is what happens over and over again. Another comment, it says, first they assassinate your character, then they assassinate you. Another comment, it says, thank you, Gray Zone, for bringing us true reporting. Invaluable work. Keep it up. What a sad story. The scramble for Africa continues. However, I hope that the multipolar world emerging, the African governments will find a way to break free of these rotten Western regimes. Thank you again, Max Grayzone. So basically the story is the guy was looking out for his people first, and you know, the private companies, the not feeling that, and then the private companies are backed up by the IMF and the World Bank, you know, because like we were saying in the other show, they have this face that they're going in to help these countries, but really they're going in to allow the private companies to come in and basically loot the natural resources of these places. And this is happening all over the world. So when they talk about African leaders and that they're so corrupt and all of this, but the ones that get to stay alive are the ones that play ball. If they really want to look out for their people, they something happens to them, you know. The same thing happened with Patrice Lumumba, you know. There's a list of and not just in Africa, other places around the world where the people were like looking out for their people first, and then all of a sudden a coup happens or they get assassinated. That's what happened to the guy in Haiti. He was one of he was actually a US, you know, compliant guy, and then he, under the pressure of his own people, he started implementing policies that was going to benefit the people of Haiti, and then all of a sudden he got assassinated and replaced with someone who was way more sympathetic to the private investors. I said that was going to be my last clip, but I have another one related to this because of Bill. They mentioned Bill Gates and the whole thing. Bill Gates pushing the, you know, save the world with the, you know, the save the environment, green energy stuff. That's related to this because, like they were saying in that video, nickel is valuable in these batteries and stuff that they're using, and you know, this is going to happen. Like, as far as they're pushing this so hard, it's not going to stop. This is the new wave of everything. So, you know, you jump in on that and you're going to get rich. This is what it's really all about. The green wave is all about getting rich. And Bill Gates is on the cutting edge of it. Let me play this.
It's a way to get rich without having to go to war. It's a war on climate change. We saw how good the war on drugs did.
Just like the war on drugs. Yep.
Yep.
And the war on terror. Same thing.
40 years later, the war on drugs, we still can't keep it out of our schools, our prisons,
I saw a meme.
Our rest homes, anywhere. And they want to
so
do a
funny.
war on gun. They want to do a war on guns now.
I saw a meme. It said that it was the war on drugs, and the drugs won. It's so freaking funny.
Well, you know, we've already talked about how drugs did more to teach Americans the metric system than all of the fucking money spent in the schools all through the 2000s.
And all the D boys that I know are really good at math.
Yeah,
Let me
as
play
long
some
as long as you focus it in, G's and divisions and multiplications and how much is in 3.5 of those. And
They're really good at it. They do it really quickly in their head too. Let me play this.
How did Bill Gates come to exert such power? Bill Gates, the basic program was made by some mathematics professors in a college. The Office operating system was by a software engineer, and he bought it for $50,000. He's built the empire by creating patents on software. And the first WTO meeting in Singapore gave him tax concessions, which is why all the IT industry moved to India. The fact that Silicon Valley became India's Silicon Valley is because they could save $40 billion annually. It was an outsourcing of software, all for Bill Gates. He, with this accumulation of money and making any communication system illegal, like the communication system through real currency and forcing digital payments, he's the one who gains because all the software for all the digital economy, he collects rents and royalties on that. And then he started to put some of his money into philanthropy. And everyone thinks, wow, he's such a generous man. He gives so much. But I've done an analysis in the book. Every place he gives to is his former future markets.
So yeah, so the guy in Africa wouldn't play ball with Gates. So then he suddenly no longer was living. And then the replacement, his replacement was immediately down to play ball with Gates.
How did Bill Gates come to?
yeah, and that's not even the Fauci ouchie. That's the Gates gouge. He has his own.
Yeah. It's bigger than the jab because, like I say, the green energy thing and that's the new fight. And that's the resources that they need, for the green energy is the new fight. And who is gonna monopolize that is the new trillionaires. They will be the new,
I'll tell you,
ones.
man, my recent idea, instead of doing, when you get stupid money, what are you going to do to make more and do it? I've gone from all kinds of stuff in real estate. Now, I think I want to buy a chip printer. That's going to guarantee me some income for a long, long time.
Like if they could 3D print chips. I don't know can they do that?
Yes, they can. It's a very specialized technology, and there's only a few of them in America right now. And with the money I make left over, I'm gonna buy those big old things that suck the carbon out of the air, and then you take that carbon to a lab, and they create carbon diamonds out of it, and then I'll sell pollution diamonds and make even more money.
I think they went back to Gates in this video. Let me play a little bit more of it.
It was shocking. And so really good articles was produced by you and Whitney Webb about John Magufuli at this time. I recommend read it at Unlimited Hangout, Tanzania's late President Magufuli, science denier or threat to empire. And, as you point out, along with all of the challenges he put to the quote unquote science, which has been revealed as scientism and largely discredited, he was challenging one of the most important industrial projects on the African continent being put forward by multinational corporations, which is mining for these minerals. And they go hand in hand. The mineral mining, the COVID hysteria, it all comes together at the World Economic Forum. This is all part of the same agenda of controlling minerals and also controlling humanity and our behavior and our to get with digital. Challenge this, as you said, was ignored or actually denigrated in the left. I saw some left-wing activists sharing a Wall Street Journal article smearing Magufuli.
Mm-hmm. You know, it was everywhere. I mean, it was, you know, we said science denier. Like, I mean, obviously it rhymes with empire and that worked out, but because he was being framed as a science denier on the left, because science denier is it's a great phrase for them to throw around on anyone who doesn't get down with the entire, ruling class, game, whether it's, stopping climate change through mass, colonization and neo-colonization of Africa, or, stopping COVID through record, pharmaceutical profits. And if you don't get down with those, you're a science denier, even if you're a revolutionary president in Africa on the left.
Man, I don't know if y'all get the gravity of this. They were trying to be very careful on how they were talking about it. Because, it's crazy how we feel like we got free speech. Man, I know my channel is being suppressed big time, especially on YouTube. I've been getting views on Rumble. The algorithm on Rumble is different. So, like, the video I did last night got almost 200 views. The stream we did last night, it got almost 200 views on Rumble. It got like 3 on YouTube.
That's good.
What, it's
Rumble's
good
a start. Rumble's a start.
Yeah, so the algorithm is different, and that's what I noticed. They know me on YouTube now, and they freaking automatically just suppress my stuff, and people don't see it. I'm buried. I'm buried on YouTube. But that's why I do the clips. I do the edit clips, because the titles of the clips can beat the algorithm sometimes. But the streams don't make it through. I don't get views on my streams on YouTube. So that's why I have to make the clips, because that's the only way I get views on YouTube. But Rumble, they watch the streams on YouTube. I mean, they watch the streams on Rumble. Oh, I was making fun of Andrew Tate and his texts that he's been sending from prison. I think it's funny that this guy's locked up, being that the persona that he has. This is his tweet. It says, "I'm in a cell. I have extremely limited freedom of action. Every single day I do 500 squats, 500 push-ups, practice my tiger paw technique, walk 10 kilometers. I have extremely limited freedom of action. Every single day I do 500 squats, 500 push-ups, practice my tiger paw." And he says, "I write and complete lessons for the students inside the real world, read and respond to hundreds of letters." I left off the bottom part, but I think it was like he said, if I'm locked up and I'm getting all this done and you're free and you're not getting the half of this done, then you're, basically a loser. You need to up your game, basically the same stuff that he says when he's out. And my comment I said, "What? No pull-ups, plank, or burpees? You need to up your game." My cousin gave me a list of his workout when he was locked up, and it blows this out the water. Work harder, LOL. And be thankful you're getting hundreds of letters. Some folks never get any. This guy. I've been entertained by the Andrew Tate thing, because so many people are riding this dude's schlong, and now he's locked up.
I don't know. I've always thought he was one of those dumbass, con artists. He struck me as one of those how to pick up. Hey, come to my seminar. Pay $50. Come to my seminar, and I'll teach you how to pick up chicks. And 90% of his advice is lie to them, deceive them, and get them drunk.
Yeah.
And if you do that to enough, you'll eventually get lucky.
Yeah, from day one, I felt
you're
like
a
that.
real man.
From day one, I feel like that about that guy. But just like anybody else, when we talk about Trump or Biden or whatever, every now and then he did say some stuff that had value to it, that I don't mind highlighting.
Dude, like they say, you put 1 million monkeys on typewriters, eventually one of them's going to produce Shakespeare.
Let me cover this story really quickly. Deuce, you still there? Check this out. It says 21-year-old charged with intoxicated manslaughter. You saw this? 21-year-old charged with intoxicated manslaughter and death of man putting gas in car on Katy Freeway. It says a Houston man who became old enough to drink less than 2 weeks ago is accused driving while intoxicated and fatally hitting a man who was putting gas in his car on the Katy Freeway. Marco Antonio Juarez, 21, is charged with intoxicated manslaughter. According to Houston police, a black Chrysler 300 and another vehicle were parked on the right shoulder in the 9900 block of the I-10 Katy Freeway near Memorial City Mall around 3:40 a.m. on Saturday, February 18th. The driver of the Chrysler was standing outside his vehicle, filling it with gas. Police said that's when a Toyota Tundra pickup truck traveling westbound on the freeway hit the man. The crash pushed the man forward into the back of the second vehicle parked in front of the Chrysler, according to police. And I put my caption on this. I said, do not run out of gas on the freeway. Do not change a tire on the freeway. Do not. Especially at 3:40 a.m.
Still seems he swerved into them and they were on the side.
Well, he was probably
not defending or accusing. I'm just, there's a couple of cars on the side of the road. It says they were on the side of the road, and then he hit that car, smashing into the other. So he was out of his lane.
Yeah, he probably veered just a little bit, but then
he was probably reaching for something on the phone or rubbernecking and not paying attention.
Either way, and he was drunk, and it was 3:40 a.m. And it's like, what I'm saying is people got to protect themselves. Don't put yourself in these kind of positions where you're on the side of the freeway trying to put gas in your tank or change your tire.
And on the other side of this, it was a bad situation, but at the same time, what do we do with this guy now?
Well, he's charged with manslaughter, so he's gonna go to jail.
No, he's not 100% jail color with a good lawyer.
Yeah, and manslaughter is a soft ass charge too, but it's a tragedy either way for both.
It's not murder because it wasn't. He didn't swerve toward him. It wasn't on purpose. That's why they're keeping murder off the table.
Yeah.
Intoxication manslaughter is basically the same thing as negligent manslaughter.
Yeah, like it was an accident.
So, it's like, I didn't mean to, but being drunk is not a freaking excuse, you ignorant putz.
Yeah, and you have to be held accountable, and somebody died, so somebody has to be held accountable. But on the other end is what I'm saying.
But how hard do we hit this 21-year-old kid that,
Yeah, I don't know. That'll be up. That'll be up
Here's
to
where
the
we need to
judge.
start. Yeah, here's where we need to start looking into the kid too. Is he just that kind of a kid, or is he this one that's been drinking since 13 or 14? You know, or did he just start drinking and had no freaking clue what world he's getting into?
Yeah, well, some kind of punishment definitely needs to be done, regardless, and that'd be up to the judge. But
You know, they're trying to add 2 years to the drinking age, and they're trying to reduce the voting age by 2 years.
I saw that. It's a lot of craziness happening related to that kind of stuff too. Anyways,
by pushing voting age down too, that'll allow a whole lot of pernicious kind of things to start.
no telling which side it would help.
Say, oh well, I can vote, but I can't get boned.
You know, it's a lot of that
I
going.
can't vote, but I can't cut my wiener off.
It's a lot of that going
Oh
on.
wait, that's okay. They can do that, or even younger now with parental
Yeah,
permission.
I can't get a tattoo, but I can transgender. It's crazy. So,
Did you see one of that Blair White one that I played? She's entertaining to me. I don't know if you guys like her or not.
I did. I watched it. What was I gonna say? But I think what the main thing you want to pull away from this story is you don't want to put yourself in a position like that. It's 3:40 a.m. Man, make sure you're not running out of gas on the side of the damn freeway. Make sure you don't. If you do have a flat, just drive it until you get off the feeder. I mean, get off the freeway and get on the feeder or something.
Oh, I know what happened. He was drunk. There were some flashing lights, and he started leaning toward him.
You know, who knows? What I'm saying is,
I mean, you've done that before, haven't you? I mean, theoretically speaking. I mean, not trying to get you to confess to anything online.
Well,
Theoretically speaking.
Well, I mean, I could see it happening even sober.
We're 40, 50. We know the truth.
I could see it happening even sober and even in broad daylight. So it's just.
I see it more likely to happen in daylight with me than at nighttime.
So, and I always, whenever someone's over on the side of the shoulder and I'm on the freeway and I'm going by, I always slow down and I kind of get over. Always. I do it every time out of respect for life.
And I go at least a half a lane over.
Yes, like half a lane over and I slow down. I do that every time, but respect out of life. You know, a lot of cars just zoom by, you know. The person could be in the car and they could just decide to open their car door right at that time, and the shoulder is not big enough to fit the car door being open.
That's why you go to half. That's why you go to half a lane over.
That's why I do it. But what I'm saying is, people need
it's self-protection, not protection for them.
Yeah, well, I'm thinking about preserving life.
Hey, so protecting myself means protecting myself from not killing someone and having to live with that.
Yeah, or whatever drama as a result.
I mean, yeah, it doesn't matter what way you look at it. It just matters that you do it.
Right. And what I'm saying is people need to be better, wiser with putting themselves in these positions too, you know, not giving this guy a pass at all. What I'm saying is don't be on the side of the road at 3:40 a.m. putting gas in your car on the side of Katy Freeway. You know, that's you putting your life in danger if you're changing a tire or whatever. And even in the daytime, you know, don't whatever you're doing, man, try not to run out of gas, period. But
and if you see a car coming, let them go past. Get out, move away.
It's
if
just
they're coming on your lane, move around your car. If they're 3 lanes over, don't worry about it. Or you shouldn't have to.
Well, being on the shoulder of the freeway trying to do anything is dangerous as hell, especially here in Houston.
When you're stuck, you got to do what you got to do, man.
Yeah, but you try to avoid being in that position. You get what I'm saying? As much as you can.
But getting home should always be more important than getting out of there.
Pull over at a gas station Get you some damn gas. Don't risk that shit. And if you got a flat, just ride on that flat till you can get off the
Well,
off
you know,
the shoulder.
sometimes you may not know you're about to run out of gas.
You should
And if
know
you're
that.
running, not always, not all cars run that way. Every now and then it fails. But, you know, you got a pressure leak, a thing that stops. Oh, Deuce is talking.
Regular
Go ahead.
trip plan. Regular people need to learn their plan. Don't be trying to go across town and you can car and you already come on. Come on, man. Just to save a few pennies. Like, fuck that.
You're breaking up, but I think I understand what you're saying. You know, be wise, you know, like freaking don't be trying to ride on fumes. Right? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, don't go. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, don't hop in your car, you know, after work, and you wasn't able to get gas that morning. The gas station right across the street from your work, but like, no, I'm gonna go to my house.
We lost you. Completely lost you. Yeah, that sucks. I'm gonna have to wrap it. I did this one post on Instagram where the cop posted his he aimed the gun at the 14-year-old kid that was in the back seat because the kid was filming him. The mom, I don't know, she didn't have her seatbelt on, or she didn't have a driver's license, something like that. I don't know. But the cop felt apt to aim the gun at the 14-year-old kid that was in the back seat filming him. He ended up arresting the lady, the mom. But the problem I really have is him aiming the gun at the 14-year-old kid because she was filming him during the interaction with his mom.
I know this sounds like a really stupid question, but what's his trigger discipline? Does he actually got his finger on the trigger?
I don't think that matters. Come on, Doc.
No. I know this is I prefaced that with this is a stupid question.
Yeah.
And it is an important one.
I don't think that matters because if a gun is in your face,
it does as a lawyer in a court of law.
I don't know how fucking I don't trust his damn his trigger.
What I'm saying is the question is still not answered.
There's a video of it. I don't have it up anymore because it was on my
If he's got
story.
his finger on the trigger, he is fucked up entirely. There is no absolute excuse, if any. If in a court of law he had discipline and did not, he is going to claim that he was just intimidating. Or it was, because his finger was not on there, it was obvious. Like I said, it's a dumb question, but it is a question that has to be asked because it's going to be asked in court.
The video is floating around because I played the video.
It goes to how this is going to play out, which we have already agreed. Fuck this guy.
Yeah. Screw this guy. It's my point is it's a these guys abuse their authority, you know.
And where is this at? Oh, North Carolina. I don't know a lot about North Carolina. I know a little bit about South Carolina, but not much about North Carolina. I don't know what kind of a place it is to live, what kind of state. I mean, I'm looking, this looks like also, I can't tell ethnicity kind of thing going on. I'm trying to pull all the factors that are going to be floating around social media. Let's predict this, man. If we can predict this story and the thing and how it's going to go, maybe people will notice.
Let's see if it'll pop up. Oh, it popped right up. 3 minutes. I don't know if it's gonna actually show the video though. Let me see.
Because I'm trying to find out. I'm trying to figure out how the right's going to spin this. I'm just going by court defense. If he's got his finger not on the trigger, he's got a defense. Not to us. Not to humanity. Not to being a real human being.
Yeah.
He's a trash person.
Yeah, to me, he's an asshole off top just for doing that. And whether his finger was on the trigger.
He's one of the people that got into law enforcement to intimidate or something like that.
Yeah, because I'm traumatized if a gun is pointed to my face. And if a gun is pointed to one of my children, I'm over the top traumatized.
Are you recording? For what? What are you arresting me for?
Because here's the deal, okay? You didn't identify yourself.
Okay, I told you my name. I gave you my name, my first name, my last name, and my date of birth.
Failed to identify what state you're out of.
I
have
said,
no idea who you are.
I didn't understand your question. I said, "What do you mean?" I said, "I work here. I work here." So obviously,
please put your other hand behind your back.
Please call a cop.
A North Carolina Highway Patrol officer was trying to detain this woman who is evidently the mother of the TikToker who posted this video. We'll meet her in a minute. Now, according to the audio, the officer said that this woman was being detained because she failed to identify herself and failed to identify what state she was out of. With that said, since this video yesterday, we don't have a police report detailing what led to the stop. And of course, what happened before the camera started rolling. But we do know what happened next.
Call another cop right now. What are you doing? Well, what are you doing? I didn't do anything. What are you doing? What? I said who I identified myself.
Look, don't come up on me. Don't come up.
She's a child.
Well, tell her to get back in the car.
Stop. Call a cop right now. Call a cop right now. Get your phone out. Get your phone out and record. Record it. Record everything.
Put your hands behind your back, please.
No, I identified myself.
Please put your hands behind your back.
I identified myself.
Ma'am.
You're trying to pay me for nothing. Get off of me.
People of a certain age will either call.
Well, you can
Damn it,
see
we
that
can't fry him. He trigger discipline.
Did have the trigger. He did have the trigger discipline. You could see it.
It does not defend him. Like I said, I wasn't doing that to defend him. I'm just saying that will be a defense when this comes up. Because this guy, he's going to court.
Yeah, and I asked the question: how does any parent feel if the cop he pulls his pistol and he aims it in the direction of your child?
I would have been going to jail for sure. No,
yeah, let me ask you: how would you?
That would have been a fight. No, I'm not joking. That would have been a fight. I took a gun away from someone trying to mug me in front of my son. That cop, I might lose. My kid might see me die. But he's going to see me die, stop at a gun from being pointed at him.
Yeah, man, it makes my stomach just like turn. It makes my heart drop in my stomach when I think about if the cop aiming the damn gun at my child. He did have the trigger discipline, but
she's got just enough of a tan. There may be some ethnicity there involved too.
Yeah. Let me play the little pull out the gun part again.
Come up on me.
She's a child. Call a cop now. Get your phone out and record. Record
back, please.
That's what
Put your hands behind your back.
I identify my.
And then everybody's argument is going to be just comply.
I'd be using them beaver teeth to chew his freaking arm off right now.
Everybody's argument is going to be just comply, just comply, just comply. And you know, that's what I do. It would have never got to this point because I would have been like, whatever he asked me to do, I would have just did it.
Truth is, no. You know, I say what I say, but I probably am not going to start a fight. I'm not going to fight and die. But I'll tell you, as soon as that gun came out, I would have been, whoa, what the hell?
Yeah,
because I can do that without getting shot.
Yeah. Like,
I mean, I'm not going to be brave and fight him, but I'd be like, whoa, that's out. What do you? And I would but I would move between him and my son, even if it meant me moving him out of the way. Because I do that. I can't not do that. But yeah, my hands would be up, you know, it's like, hey, whoa. No, pointing at me, not him.
Yeah.
Because that's how that whole thing went down that I was talking about, you know, not pointed at me, not him. I'm the threat, not. Well, that could get me shot.
Yeah, man.
Technically, by verbally identified myself as a threat, so yeah, that would be justification to shoot me. But no, man, screw that guy. Like
all of these regular ass traffic stops that get escalated is a problem, man. It's something that needs to be dealt with here.
But mark my words, there's going to be some people yelling about, oh, well, trigger discipline. He was just being intimidating. He wasn't really trying to hurt anybody. You know it's coming.
Let me read some comments because they're probably in here. It says, let's just say I wouldn't lose any sleep if that cop didn't make it home one day. Another comment that says, no shortage of a-holes. Another comment that says, looks like they profiled her, thought she was illegal. Another comment that says, another example of a true coward. Another one, it says, what comes around goes around. Another comment that says, if the department and offices had, had to pay directly out of budget with no adjustments for lawsuits from criminal acts done by them, oh, how quickly things would change. However, there's too much lobbying from police unions to ever see effective change in our domestic military, police forces. That's what I say. I say, attack their pocket, because whenever anything happens, it always ends up just being the city that pays anyways. I think the money needs to come out of their pocket.
Here's what I love so much. That's part of one of the whole things that gets me too is unions are generally good and stuff like that, and do good for industries. But now we're talking about police unions and the veil of secrecy that they have. So, yeah, that's one of the ways that they use to protect themselves. But it's one of those things that you think about when someone says, not all unions are good. Because I've done this before and I get resoundingly argued with every time I say that. But this is a perfect one. Police unions. Now, they also, on one side of what they do, barter for better pay, more time off, mental health counseling, but they also demand no external review, which is where I think the number one fault in the whole defense for crimes committed in the line of duty. And I can't remember what the other one was off the top of my head. There's a third privilege that they get as part of the union that's not really everyone else gets, and they only get it because they're police and part of the unions.
Yeah, man, these damn traffic stops, and let's read some of these headlines right quick, and I'm gonna wrap it because this is so crazy. How many? I typed in cop aims firearm at 14-year-old North Carolina. And it popped up the first one with that search term.
But the further you go down, it's firearm, 14-year-old, cop aims firearm, and then the algorithm kicks in.
Yeah. So, but let me read some.
Whoa.
Yeah, let me read a couple headlines.
Too much.
It says 12-year-old boy and 14-year-old girl have shootout with cops. This one, it says police pull teen from car, point guns at 14, 15-year-old in Michigan. NC cop pulls gun on unarmed teens.
That's the one we just saw.
And this one says police officer shoots 14-year-old after just 0.6 seconds warning. Another headline, it says 14-year-old shoots CMPD officer during foot chase in Charlotte, North Carolina. 14-year-old boy charged
That's the same one. Look at the building.
This is different. 14-year-old boy charged after allegedly shooting police officer.
But look at the one above it. It's the same building. It's the same story.
Oh, okay. It's the one I just read. Okay. And this one, it says police release videos from fatal shooting of 14-year-old girl. 9-year-old girl accidentally kills shooting instructor with Uzi.
That almost sounds funny.
That's crazy. This one.
Yeah.
Go ahead. What you gonna say?
No. I'm just that's one of those little dark humor things that I do every now and then.
Let me read this one. It says 13-year-old and 14-year-old arrested for shooting at cops, police. Another one, it says video shows officer shooting woman who fired a gun at a Dallas airport. Body cam footage, lawsuit filed after cop pulls gun on 10-year-old in Michigan. Driver fires 11 shots at car he says was tailgating him. I remember that story. Teen pushes friend off a bridge.
We live in Houston. I've seen people fire 6, 8, 10 shots into other cars going down Katy Freeway.
Dangerous, man. I just let them all go by. This one, it says surveillance
That's the problem.
video.
You're driving too slow then. You're the one pissing them off.
Shit, I mean, I get out of it.
It makes you a target.
I get out of their way. I be peeping them. I was talking to somebody about this, and like I feel like insurance is a damn scam, and I haven't had a wreck since 2006. It's like, but I gotta pay insurance. I got 2 no insurance tickets,
dude.
So now I have to get a SR22 and maintain that on my
expensive.
And I have to maintain that on my insurance, and it has to be a month-to-month insurance. And if I mess around and get, anyways, pulled over, I'm in trouble. If I get another no insurance ticket. Anyways, man, let's wrap it. I really would love to do another one. I'll probably just do a rant show when I can. But I probably won't do another full show until Friday next week because it takes a lot out of me. I didn't cover all the stuff I wanted to cover, so I'll probably just do a rant show to cover some of the stuff I missed. And you guys are welcome to come in for the rant shows, but they're random. I can't tell you when they're going to be. It's when I have time. And I've been doing them in the morning, early in the morning. That worked out really good. I did a couple of them like before I went to class on Tuesday or Thursday, early in the morning. And I'm clear-headed at that time, and
Okay.
and I don't have distractions.
Cut your time on some. Keep yourself within a 10-minute script. Those will be your best for posts on YouTube and stuff like that. And those will be ones you can go when you clear all the stuff that's not making any time. You can keep those, and those will be able to time up and set for ad stuff.
Yeah. I'm trying to fight against the algorithm. The algorithm is not my friend, man, because of this content that we cover here.
Is your King Chaka Facebook okay?
What do you mean?
Well, I tried to do at King Chaka Entertainment, and it didn't pop up when I was trying to post a link to the feed. Every time I come in, I say, "Hey, I'm in a podcast. I'm in a podcast with," or "I'm with my friend so and so in the podcast." I do the link to the Facebook page, and then the first comment, I go, "Hey, come in, talk shit to us, join in the show," and then do the StreamYard page.
Well, I'm on 3 on Facebook. It's the Chaka Perkins. That's my main Facebook page. Which
Actually,
is
the one I had to use tonight because the King Chaka wouldn't come up when I was doing the at.
See, they're blocking it. They're blocking it. I'm telling you.
You
And
might
then I
want to
have
click it. It might be blocked right now.
Yeah, well, they've been giving me flack. I don't keep up as much as I did before because I'm broadcasting it on so many different ones, and I got a strike everywhere. At least one strike on all of my platforms, other than Rumble. So that's probably why Rumble I'm getting the most views, because when you get a strike, they push you down. They push you down. So and then you have the activate group. So that's another one that you could do. It's Activate is the name of the group. But probably the easiest one is the Chaka Perkins on Facebook link. And then it's the 2 YouTube channels.
See, what I should do instead of all this stuff I'm sharing, because I'm having to do stuff like when I'm on YouTube on my computer, I actually have a new folder that I opened up sharing. And that way, when I'm on my phone, I can pull up my YouTube, just go to the folder and go, boom, okay, here's this one, here's this one. That's why it's like you don't hear anything on the text for a while, and all of a sudden, there's like 5 of them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, give me some stuff. Yeah, keep on sending me stuff.
What kind of stuff should I be looking for? Give me something other than some stuff, man.
I know.
Remember, I was an academic long ago. I know this. That's why I get frustrated sometimes, is because I'm 20 years after academia, and you're in it, and
it's different stuff I focus on.
Until you're through it, you won't understand some of the things I'm trying to say.
Yeah,
and I do understand you more than you realize. There's just resistance because I'm not using the right words, because they do change every 10 or 20 years.
And I have certain stuff that I be focusing on. So I don't know. The main stuff
you've seen how crazy kind of stuff I can pull up with just a little bit of information. So what am I looking for?
I love this little logo you got up here too, looking like the yin and the yang. It's got like a helicopter and a sailboat?
It's an X-Wing and a TIE fighter.
Okay.
That's Star Wars.
Oh, Star Wars. All right. I like that. I like it a lot. I love it. I
got to change it every now and then.
The main stuff I like is when it's bipartisan. People that topics that expose, the where the left and the right agree. You know what I'm saying?
Then that site that I sent you about what do all the countries think about the pipeline thing, you're going to love that site because you can do a quick check of headlines and stuff about things that we know about or don't know about. Click it, and it's going to give you like a paragraph or two about what most of the European countries, what their basic idea is, or what their press statements are about that particular topic. And then that opensecrets.org, if you look through that, you can go like military industrial donations per candidate, and it splits it into right and left and all of that. And
that's what I want, the bipartisan stuff, because the media does the opposite. The major networks focus on, one side or the other and pitting one side against the other. And what I want is us to see, the stuff that we agree on, regardless of where we align in the political spectrum.
You notice that's what I've been focusing on lately, is making sure we have hey, here's where we agree. Now where do we go from here?
And that's what I want to focus.
That's my thing. Where do we go from here?
That's what I want to focus on, and that's the conversations that I want to have, because those are the ones that's not happening. It's just pointing fingers and arguing, and going to your corner.
All or nothing bullshit.
Yeah, it's not going to ever get us nowhere.
It's my way or the highway, boys.
Yeah, and that's not going to get us anywhere. That's going to lead to civil war.
Shit, next words you hear after that are normally yeehaw, and that's bad for colored folk and bad for people that don't want to get fucked up.
Yeah, because gunshots come after that. All right, man. Peace and love. Thank you for joining. I really enjoyed the show and the conversation, man. I'll be back next week, and I'm going to do a couple of rants probably. And you're welcome to join the rants and leave comments.
I actually catch most of them. I mean, if I'm up, if I'm not, it's posted, and I'll catch it it takes me about 20 minutes to get to work, and that's normally about the right you normally go about 20 minutes on them.
Yeah, I try. 30 minutes is my goal for them.
You should go 10.
Yeah.
And that way you can structure, here's the thing, here's my proof, here's what I think about all of it together. And that way each one is a condensed short little topic, kind of like each rant being an essay instead of.
And that's how I was thinking of it. Video essay. Video essay is what I was thinking.
Instead of a chapter.
And I'm trying to make them more academic too, so I'll try to find academic sources to back up my argument. So, but that's what might make it longer than 10 minutes.
Well, no, just use regular sources, and you can always say sources used in this video can be found here, and then in the text underneath the video, link them.
All right, man. Peace and love. Thank y'all for joining. Thank y'all for listening. And we'll be back next week.
All right.
Peace.
Wow.